Emerson, and I'll be giving you my 2 cents. I'm currently taking Programming 1 at Fullsail University, and I've been streaming my progress for my channel because the school was denying me a grade. I finally got a grade, and I'm in the process of continuing to do my homework assignment, but I'm super unmotivated this morning. And yeah, I got to get this stuff done. And so I wasn't even gonna stream because I just want to do my homework. But I started this, so I might as well keep going. I'm in the second. I'm at the second end of the second week, going to the third week, and I have my finals to get done. So let me turn the volume. Here we go. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see this. You probably can't. So I'll move it closer. This is the current grade that I have for this class. This is the first week. This is the first week grade for this course. My last course ended with a 28. I stopped at the midway through the third week because they started giving me zeros for my assignment. And so instead of getting grades, I was receiving zeros. I was doing the work, but they wasn't grading it because they were telling me that I was doing stuff outside the scope of the class. So the main reason why I'm making these videos is because I'm using ChatGPT as a mentor and an educator, not as a cheat, but as an actual learning tool, so that I can grow and evolve in my understanding. So it's almost impossible to teach yourself a new language by yourself, and I get tired of asking people for help. At the age of 42, what I've learned in this world is that nobody wants to help, nobody cares. My 2 cents is dedicated to the idea of racism and discrimination, not because we say these things to make excuses, but because if it is legitimately the reason why you're having that, if it is the legitimate adversity that is holding you back in life and you don't address your actual issues, you can never move forward. So sometimes it is race, sometimes it is sexism, sometimes that person is disrespecting you, sometimes you actually are right about the adversity that you're dealing with, and when you conceptualize and understand why your understanding is correct, you can use that correct understanding to build a better plan or strategy to move forward. But we live in a world where we like to victim blame and victim shame, and I don't really like using the term victims, but there's no other way to really explain it. Sometimes a person has an issue, and when they say what their issue is, that's their issue. And if they're asking you for help with their issue, trying to convince them that the issue that they have is not correct is counterproductive and a waste of their time. So my 2 cents is kind of built. There's this idea that I have about helping the world, helping humanity move forward in general, right? Like most of the adversities we have in this world are not even, they're counterproductive to the human condition. Humanity, we conquered nature, and then we created our own artificial existential crises, right? Like we figured out a way to never have to be subjected to natural order in a negative way, and then we created societies that we create our own unnecessary detriments for no reason, right? Like, so that's what my concern is like. It's like, what is the point of that? Why do we do those things? Why do we have all the answers and all the solutions, yet we choose not to do any of the stuff that we know we should be doing to address the issues that we know that we have? And what's the point of even having said issues? One of the biggest influencers on, since we're on this topic, and I'm ranting anyway, what is this guy? I think his name is Kyle Gill. right? This guy, right? I'm sure you guys have seen him. Oh, and hi, if I haven't said hi. I'm sure you guys have seen this guy, right? So he's kind of like this self-made scientist type character, right? And he's been doing this thing where he's been trying to get the world to understand that nuclear technology is the best source of clean electricity. And this is an example of what I've been saying about the way humans have created. We've solved all the problems we have, and we create our own problems, right? He's trying to convince people in mass that nuclear technology is safe. So, nuclear technology is not safe, right? Like, there's nothing safe about radiation. Radiation takes millions of years to break down. There's nothing we can do with it, right? And he's giving us a spin like, yeah, nuclear technology is clean and it's renewable and it's the best way forward. Okay, here's the problem. Here is the problem. This is the problem right here. This is the problem. You see all of this? You see this? You see all of the like, well, YouTube sucks nowadays, but you get what I'm saying, like, if you can't solve, right? Look. If you can't solve the proper disposal of just human trash, right? If we haven't even solved the trash issue, how are we going to dispose of nuclear radiation? No, it is not. The best source of clean, reusable energy right now in current modern society at 2025, with all the advanced technology that we have, is and always has been the very first source of electrical power. Do you know what that is? The very first, our very, very, very first source of reusable mass production of electricity. What was it? If you think that nuclear is the best, you should know what the very first source of electricity was. Correct, water. We have the power to build our own actual water plants. Like, and when I say water plant, I mean like literally from mountains all the way to oceans. We could build our own artificial water sources. We can't tame and get rid of the life. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that we can engineer at every level. We have the technology to terraform Earth. We don't use it, but we have the technology. We can engineer at every level renewable. There is enough. There's 70% of Earth's planet is covered in water, and all you're doing is using gravity to make waterfall, and you can produce endless amounts of electricity that way. Didn't China build a 10 gigawatt um, power plant using, I think it was ocean water actually. They like literally dammed up a part of the ocean, and all you have to do is just drop water some amount of distance from the height to some ground level, and you can build water. Like, it's at capacity because there's not enough. It's at capacity because there's not enough natural waterways on the earth to support humans' growth for electrical power. But we have the technology. Listen to what I'm saying. We have the technology to build the infrastructure to create artificial waterways so that we can build better hydropower plants. Our electricity on a global scale should be artificial rivers, canals, and lakes built by humans specifically to generate electrical power, um, as its primary source, and then the secondary source should be solar. Hydrogen power should be backup, and solar should be primary, and that should be the actual grid that we're using for all of our electrical power. It will be enough if you understand that there is no such thing as scarcity. Scarcity is an imaginary term that was invented before modernization and the Industrial Revolution. There is definitely enough. There's definitely enough. There's 70% of the Earth is covered in water. Most of the landmass on the planet is dry and desolate, and we need um we humans need water for industry anyway. So since we need it for industry anyway, why not? Why not just artificially build rivers? The Panama Canal, look it up. We built that shit. If you went into the mountain regions and surveyed and took the time out to actually be invested in solar, is only available where it's optimal. That's why you use hydrogen to supplement the solar. The best source of electricity is solar power, but it's not optimal. It's definitely not optimal. The only real use for nuclear power is actually in space. Outside of the Earth, nuclear is fantastic. On this finite planet where we don't know how to properly put plastic cups inside of landfills, is dumb. It's a dumb idea. The Earth will shift. Earthquakes, the Earth actually shifting. The idea and the hubris of the human mind to believe that we can contain nuclear radiation is retarded. And remember, it's gonna scale, right? So the same way that electrical power plants scale. Look at how many electrical power plants are in operation on the Earth, and then think about when we start producing electricity with nuclear power. Even though we'll get more output, we will just consume more electricity. And when we start consuming more electricity because we have more output, then it'll be a cascade effect. One or two nuclear power plants seem fine, but the idea of hundreds or thousands producing millions and then billions of tons of nuclear radiation um, after that is a problem. And then don't forget the radiation that will be emitted by nuclear power is going to increase the average background rate. He always says like the average background radiation is normal. It is until you start adding to the average background radiation. Then we're going to just have an irradiated planet, and the average background radiation from all of this radiation, all these landfills everywhere, is going to go up. A radioactive particle doesn't go anywhere. One one atomized unstable uranium atom flown around in the air is going to emit the same amount of radiation that it would if it was in a solid contained state. And the radiation from these particles, once they start just becoming part of nature and become part of our natural order of the world, it's not going to go anywhere. And you can't reverse it. You can't just be like, oh, you can take trash and revert. We can burn trash, right? There's options. There's nothing that you can do to dispose of radioactive material. And it's like, yeah, we could put in a rocket and send it into space. Well, if the rocket fails, then you just contaminated the entire atmosphere on a global scale, trying to get rid of it. So why not just put stable uranium, or go find uranium in asteroids in space, into use for producing electricity and generating electrical power and heat in space, not on the Earth. Radiation is all around us because I'm in the process of trying to build a cloud chamber, but there's a difference between a stable, safe amount of radiation and an unstable amount. And the problem is not using radiation to produce electricity. If all we're trying to do is boil water to produce power, why is using radioactive decay, which causes all matter that is subjected to radioactive decay becomes radioactive waste? Radioactive waste is what happens when you take something that is stable and expose it to something that is radioactively unstable. So any material that comes in contact with radioactive material over time becomes radioactive itself, right? So the idea that, yeah, we'll build this bunker underground and then we'll have these containers and these containers will stay stable, that doesn't really work on the time scales of hundreds and thousands of years. It might make sense in our lifetime, it might make sense in our children's lifetime, and it might make sense in our grandchildren's lifetime. But as soon as you get society addicted to and dependent upon a purely nuclear power system, they're committed for the rest of human history to have to either sustain it or deal with the adverse effect of having to decommission it. But when you really think about, if you really think about waste management and where it is right now, you will understand that nuclear power is the worst idea because we can't even get rid of our own garbage. We can't even dispose of our own trash. Go look at videos on YouTube about um, junkyards and shipyards and like aircraft that get destroyed. Like we don't have the capacity yet to adequately manage our waste. Adding nuclear material to that is a bad idea. Once we can figure out how to like have perfect recyclability or understand sustain like sustained obsolescence, is it sustained, no, what's the word I'm looking for? Planned obsolescence, where we build things to break down and fall apart. We could build machines that will last for hundreds or thousands of years, but they plan for obsolescence so that they can keep making money. What if they plan for obsolescence for a nuclear power plant? What if they engineer a power plant to only have a lifetime of like 50 to 100 years, and then it has to be decommissioned or rebuilt or repaired, and they know that this is what they're going to do. Like, what are we going to do with all of the radioactive material of the planet itself? And remember, the main thing that they're using to control radiation is water, right? Drinking water. And everyone's like, oh, it's fine. But they're putting that same drinking water that they're using to keep um, the radioactive control rods and the reactor cool. They're using the same water they're using. They put it back into the ocean. They put it back into the surface. It's still water, heavy water or not. It's still water. I think like one thousandth of a liter of water is heavy water. They're still pulling those. They're still pulling those isotopes straight out of regular drinking water. 70% of Earth is covered in water, right? So 3%, 70% of Earth is covered in water. 3% of that water is fresh water, and 1% of the fresh water on the actual planet is in the liquid form. Two-thirds of all of the fresh water on the Earth is in ice. So we exist off of only 1% of the 3% of the 97% of the water that is drinkable. So literally 1% of all of the water on this planet is all we have access to sustain our lives and our humanity and our civilizations. And the idea of let's use this water to cool down nuclear radioactive material when water is essential to life. We can go longer without food than we can without drinking water. And we use it. What's going to happen if the water table gets contaminated to a level where the background radiation is now high enough that it starts negatively affecting crops? And now we have to add energy into cleaning water that's already clean before it has to be used for growing crops. Now we have to add an extra step to clean water that's already clean and remove radiation from it just because we decided to switch from an electric system that's ran on fossil fuels to one that is ran on radiation when the radiation doesn't go away. It doesn't. Imagine if you were like, hey, this girl likes you. She wants to be your friend, but she will never go away. You will never get rid of her. You can't even kill her. If you kill her, she turns to a zombie and she's going to be with you for the rest of your life and your children's life and your grandchildren's life and your great grand. Like she's never going to go away. Like think about the reality of saying that. And then everybody gets this type of girlfriend or boyfriend. And then what happens once it starts cascading? Like this is the reality of radiation and the radioactive material. The idea is great. The idea is sound. Pretending like the actual waste management part of it is not a topic of discussion is the weakness. That's where it falls apart. And for me, it's always been let's terraform the earth, find regions like where there's mountains, survey the land, check to see how stable it is, and build giant bowls. I don't know what else to call them. Build giant bowls, fill those bowls with water, and then pour that water down artificial rivers. Because remember, the only thing you have to do to generate electricity is drop the water a certain height, right? So it's inconvenient to put multiple dams on one river because it will cause floods. But if we've already taken the time out to engineer it, We could literally have lakes. Instead of having rivers, we could have lakes of water feeding into other lakes of water, producing power, producing electricity. There's no reason why we can't. And the scale of the planet is huge. The Earth is ginormous. It's freaking big. So it's just a matter of actually just taking the time to think about the problem objectively. We already have the energy to do that. That's the point. Like we're wasting time. Like that's the whole reason why I started my 2 cent, because like we spend a lot of energy wasting a lot of time. We have the energy and the infrastructure for these projects. We just don't want to put money into it. We don't. I'm in my 40s. We don't care in our 40s about when we're in our 20s, and 20-year-olds don't care about 40-year-olds until they become 40, right? Like there's a disconnect through the generations. The 60-year-olds didn't care about the 20-year-olds. The 20-year-olds don't care about the 40-year-olds. Old men like myself are just trying to get back what we took for granted when we were young. So now we're looking like, damn, all that shit that our parents were saying, now I understand it. Let me do that shit to the next generation. And you're like, oh, you literally just, the 20-year-olds is just like, yeah, we're gonna just live life. Everything's gonna be great. Nothing's gonna go wrong. We can just be out here just living it up, and we ain't gotta worry about nothing. I don't need no insurance. I don't need to worry about retirement. I don't need to do none of that crap. And then when you're in your 40s, you're gonna be like, damn, I should have did that shit, right? It's the same thing. When I was a 20-year-old, I wasn't worried about what I was gonna be doing when I was 40. No, it's not perpetual motion because you can engineer the planet, right? If you heat water, water's going to rise, right? If you look at the climate, you can see the direction that things are going to blow in. We have the math to understand how large scale changes to the earth will affect the earth, right? So we can run simulations and say, this area is a desert. What happens to this area if we put water here? If we put water here, this will this will cause this region to change in this way. What direction will the currents change? What direction will wind flow? Oh, wind will go this way. So this water will naturally raise itself back up to this point and fall here. Water flowing here will cause water from here to turn into cloud vapor and then land here. If it's going to land here, then we know we can catch the water here, because it sounds crazy when you say it out loud. But no, steam doesn't turn it. Steam turns the turbines in a nuclear power plant. But hydrogen power uses the weight of the water to turn. This is what I'm saying. You take a bowl, you have a river, the sun causes that water to evaporate. That water vapor goes up into the sky as a cloud. That cloud goes to the mountains and falls. As it falls in the mountains, it gets collected as ice. That ice flows, glaciers flow, right? Most people don't understand that the hydro cycle, glaciers slowly move down mountains. And as they slowly move down a mountain, they start to melt and turn into water. And that water accumulates and feeds the rivers, right? So when that glacier turns to liquid water and feeds into the river turns into the source of water that we use for powering dams. When you build a dam, you back up the water and you turn what was otherwise a valley into a lake, and that displaces life. Everything is affected negatively by that displacement. What I'm saying is, with our big brains and our advances in technology, we can go out into parts of the world that are completely desolate and void of life, look at the elevations, look at the water table, and determine. We're not trying to power the planet. We're only trying to power cities for humans. That's the part that you're missing. And you can definitely do it because it took millions of years for stable water system. Natural water systems on the planet were created over millions of years by natural geological processes. Humans, we can do the same thing. We have the technology to do the same thing. It just feels like what I'm saying is counterintuitive because of the way that we're educated and the way we think about the nature of reality. But if you take the extra time to think it through, it will build on itself. This type of project is not something similar, right? But you have to think about it in a larger scale, right? People want to make nuclear power plants for right now to produce power right now for us, right? They don't care about what's going to happen 100 or 200 years from now, right? If we started building rivers, if we started building rivers and started preparing mountains for glaciers and started finding regions of the world where these water tables can accumulate in a reliable way and retain water that will flow into rivers and fill up river basins and fill up dry lake beds for the sole purpose of humans using them as hydroelectric dams within 100 or 200 years from now, we would have access to centralized water that could be used for human industry in a way that isn't actually capable now because we're just trying to infringe on nature. Like imagine a water table that existed for the sole purpose of human ecosystem, human habitation. Like we wouldn't even have to worry about there wouldn't even be any fish in it. It would just be just water. I was like eventually they'll finally figure it out and make a way there, but it would just be water, you know. Hello. So yeah, like, and I'm not talking, and I think that the idea of the natural water table of water flowing into water is the disconnect. I mean, saying water flowing into rivers and then hydroelectric dams on the rivers is the disconnect. What I'm saying is there are parts of the planet, there are regions on the earth where instead of having a river, you would just have a giant lake. You would have a giant, imagine a giant lake with a hydrogen power plant on it, and the water is coming out of this giant lake into this hydrogen power plant into another lake that is above ground level, right? I think that's the part that people that isn't getting through very well. If you have a lake at 1,000 miles and you drop the water 500 feet into another lake, the other lake is not at sea level. That means that you can drop that other lake another 500 miles. I mean, another 500 feet, and then another 500 feet, and then another 500 feet, until you get to till you get down to the ocean level. And you're not holding back a river; you're holding back an entire lake of water. You just have to do land surveys, and if we have to do land surveys, then we can just, if we have to figure it out, we can literally just find an area that's suitable, or we can just build the ground up. And it's not unrealistic. Like we know how much land is needed, we know how much water is needed. It's just a matter of putting the effort into it, having massive skill. And the end, like when it comes to like the construction industry doing this and the level of just economics around a system like this would be its own. The energy comes from the sun. All the energy on this planet, all of it, all of the energy on this planet comes directly from the sun. As long as the sun rises and falls, there is enough energy for us to do whatever it is that we're trying to do as sentient, sapient creatures, because we, as thinking creatures, are not subject to natural order the way that everything else is. And I'm not saying perpetual motion. I'm not saying perpetual motion. I'm saying that you see that? Look. See this cup? This cup is at ground state, right? Is at a ground state, right? This cup is no longer at a ground state. Did I violate the laws of physics? Is this perpetual motion? Is this a thermodynamics? The second law of thermodynamics? It's not. It's just above the ground state, and it can stay above the ground state so long as I have the energy in my body to maintain it. Where did I get the energy in my body from? From all of our artificial farming, right? So we have the infrastructure. It's just a matter of understanding the correct way to correlate the ideas that we have to get from where we are to where we're trying to go. And that's and unfortunately I waste a lot of time going to work every day, but that's the core value of my 2 cents. That's what I'm working toward. Like you can take what you understand and you can apply it in a way that is either going to be successful or going to fail, but you can think problems through. Like there's no need to just show up and just run around all frantic and react to everything. That is not optimal, right? It's not optimal. It is completely possible. If you take a cup of water outside right now, throw it on the ground, it's going to evaporate because the sun is going to heat it and the water is going to turn to vapor. And even though you can't see that one cup of water becoming a cloud, it's part of the hydro system. It's part of it. The hydro cycle is there. You build giant lakes, you plant forests around these lakes. Nature does the rest. It just will automatically just do it. The water from these lakes will evaporate and rise, and then if you build them in the correct location, it's gonna rise and it's gonna flow up over the mountain and land back into the lake that's at a higher elevation. If you build it correctly, because we have the math, we have the science, we have the understanding, if you build it correctly, it's just gonna naturally do that. And then it's just gonna flow. Well, it always does freeze. It always does because the mountain. So when water, the average temperature on Earth is constant until it changes elevation. As as elevation changes, as things go up, the natural temperature goes down because the pressure drops. So as the atmospheric pressure drops, the amount of heat in it kind of gets dissipated and released. And as it does that, the the temperature will naturally drop. So the whole point of what I'm trying to say right now is as you climb up a mountain, the clouds become ice. They rain down and they become ice. That's the reason why every last mountain of a certain height on the earth, no matter what region of the planet is on, has glaciers on it. All of them. There's no mountain at a certain height anywhere geographically on this planet that at a certain height, on average, across the globe, you will find glaciers. You will find ice. And that water isn't stuck, frozen on that glacier. It's flowing down the glacier very, very slowly. It moves down the glacier very slowly. The sun is shining. What if it freezes? The higher you go, the colder it gets. Do you understand what you're saying? Yes, I understand. I understand exactly what I'm saying. I think that the education system has convinced you that there is no such thing as free energy. I think the educational system has convinced you that there's not enough resources. I think the educational system has convinced you that you need to take from others because there's not enough for everyone. And my 2 cents is like, that's just simply no longer true. It was true. It's not true anymore. There is enough resources. There is enough. There is enough resources. Every time you go to the grocery store, if you go to the grocery store and you look in the grocery store, you have to realize that while there is food in this establishment, there are people outside that establishment hungry, right? There's food inside the store and there's people standing in front of the store hungry. Now, the economics, I won't argue with the point of economics, but I'm just trying to get you to conceptualize and understand that hungry people outside a food source that's available, not hungry people outside an empty grocery store, right? So there is enough. There's literally objectively enough, right? There's no need to put turbines in the ocean if you, I mean, I guess you could. I don't really like turbine power because the ocean's mean. The ocean does not like machinery, so it's not optimal. That's why I like the freshwater idea because freshwater without the salt is less corrosive and is less destructive long term. And the other benefit of what I'm saying is that the most important thing to human civilization is access to water, right? Our cities would use this water, and this water would be our cities would use this water, and as our cities use this water, it would power our cities, it would feed our cities water. We could do agriculture inside the city because we'd have access to enough water. We wouldn't have to tap into the groundwater and hope that, because groundwater, it takes thousands of years to fill the groundwater table, and pulling water out of the ground because we don't care about the future is counterproductive. Like that water is not, it's not infinite. It's finite in the ground. It takes a long time for that water to get to that location in the ground. And just pretending like, yeah, we don't have to really worry about how much of this water we're using right now, then the next generation is not gonna have access to that water. They're gonna be like, y'all are gonna be walking around like, I don't understand how they had so much prosperity. There's no water. There's literally no water. There's no water. There's no oil. There's no coal. I don't understand where all the prosperity came from. And now we're dependent on all these nuclear power plants that's poisoning the planet. Oh, I don't get it. The water goes into the atmosphere and then it goes back to the ocean. You pull groundwater out of the ground, that water evaporates, turns into a cloud, falls into the water table, flows down a river back into the ocean. Less of it goes back into the ground than it does to the ocean. Groundwater is thousands of feet underground. It's like, well, maybe not thousands of feet, but it's more than 100 feet below the substrate of the earth. And that's just the way that it works. Like, you have to get the information and not compartmentalize it, but connect the dots. Connect the dots. I encourage you to do research on waste management and trash and look at how the earth has been, how much trash is in the oceans, how much trash is in rivers, how bad the water table is in general for humans, that humans use, how much the ecosystem is on a decline, how look at how much negative adversity has been created by human activity on the earth in the context of waste management, in the context of just garbage. Because if you do that, you will understand that our inability to manage garbage is the reason why. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm saying your well probably is 50 feet deep. That's why I didn't say thousands of feet, because you can dig down to water by hand in some regions because the water table is high enough. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. Because if you start pulling all that water out of the ground, your well might be 50 foot deep. But if you ask your parents how deep they had to dig for water, they probably only dig like 30 feet or 25 feet. But as you use the water up, the water level drops and you have to dig deeper and deeper and deeper. And that water table doesn't fill very fast. That's one of the reasons why groundwater is so good. I'm not talking about garbage. I was just illustrating that the most important part of why I don't like nuclear power is the radioactive waste has to be disposed of, and we are not very good at waste management. Humans are just not very good at waste management. So your water table increased, is what you're saying. Your well is 50 feet and it was 100 feet. Was the old well at a different location, physically different location? They've been taking records of the water tables here since the 70s and it's rising. Okay. I'm not going to refute it. I'm not going to refute it. But you do realize what you just said, right? You do realize what you just said, right? Do you understand the context of what you just said? You just said that your water table was at 50 feet and now it's at 100 feet, right? So your water table increased in your region, right? So if your water table can go from being 50 feet and then the old well was at 100 feet, if you're saying that, and I want to make sure that I'm not mixing your words. If you're saying that your parents' well was deeper than your well, right? Isn't that the same thing that I'm saying when I said we can make our own rivers, we can produce our own water, we can raise our own water tables, isn't that the same energy of what I'm saying? Or are you saying that you guys figure out a way to violate the laws of thermodynamics? It was so you have to get your numbers right. Are you saying that it's it was more closer to the ground, but now it's further down? Or are you saying that it was 50 feet underground and now it's 100 feet underground? Static. How is the water table? How is a water table that has changed its elevation and height static? Yeah, if the water level rose, it's not static. That's kinetic. It went up. Right. Remember the jar? The jar went up. It's definitely it's definitely moving. Like you it's still a dynamic system. It's still a dynamic. All water underground is just water flowing and sediment. It's still it's moving through it's moving through the particles of the earth. Some sediment is permeable and some sediment is not. And the water is on top of the non-permeable layer inside of the permeable layer of the water. No, I understand. I love it that everyone likes to tell me I don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. I just don't think like a European, but I understand. I don't hold these ideas in my head of like this godlike entity that's going to prevent me from doing the things that I'm trying to do. The natural order of the world will prevent me from doing the things that I want to do. But when it comes to actualizing a plan, you have to be willing to compromise on what it is you're trying to achieve and do things that will actually work. And those are two conditions that people tend to forget. Sometimes the thing that you want to do, the way you want to do it, has to be less important than doing the thing that you're trying to achieve. Like all that fame and glamour and this I did, I'm gonna do it exactly like this, and it's gonna be exactly this way. That ego and that hubris gets in the way of like I just want to go to the store, and I don't have a car, so I'm gonna have to walk. So you know, so I know, I understand. Groundwater is a river flowing underground inside of dirt. That's all it is. It's just water in dirt flowing. It's an underground river. It's flowing underground. That's all it is. That's what groundwater is. It's just a river underground. All of the rivers that you see on the surface will eventually fall under the ground table. The ground around the ground, the rivers cut through the earth, and at some point, no, I'm telling you, is the only way that it's static is if it's a lake. The only way it's static is if it's a lake. And if it's not a lake, it's not static because everything in the earth is an open thermodynamic system. It is in a layer of rock. No, it's not in a layer. It can't be in a layer of rock because if it was in a layer of rock, your water table wouldn't have increased. If it was inside of a closed thermodynamic system, the water table would only go down. Because unless it's transmuting water, where's the water coming from? I know what an aquifer is. I'm telling you, like I get it. The water is trickling through the earth and flowing into this region. It flows very slowly. When we think of flowing water, we think of water that is in a river that has waves and can be seen with swift moving currents. I don't need to because before you were born, I was looking at this stuff. I used to open books before the internet existed and look at pictures of water tables and aquifers. That's why I'm telling you the hydrogen cycle. Water falls out of the ground. Water falls from rain clouds, hits the earth, and then it collects into little streams, and those streams collect into larger streams, and those larger streams collect into rivers, and then the rivers flow toward the ocean. While it's flowing to the ocean, the water is evaporating into clouds and going back into the mountain. How old are you? To be older than me, how old are you? Because I don't think you know my age. So, were you born in the 70s? If you wasn't born in the 70s, if you don't have a 70 in your age, if you wasn't born in 1970, you cannot be older than me. I used to read encyclopedias too. I preferred them over TV. Um, I I really did enjoy our conversation. should definitely subscribe and come back, and then we can do this again. If you want to suggest a topic for a video for me to make, I'll be more than down to do it. I have plans on doing more on my channel. I just got a lot of life to take care of, and at this moment, I have to get back to being an adult. Gotta go back to adulting. So the next step of this video, this live stream, is going to be me cleaning my kitchen, making a protein shake, watching a very boring dry video about loop statements, and then going for a 2-mile run, and then coming back to my 2-mile run and doing homework until I decide it's time for me to go outside and be an adult. So I've got 3 assignments to finish before tomorrow, and next Wednesday my practical is due. So I need to do the work. And I run every 3 days, 2 miles, because I'm training for a 100K run. But yeah, it was a cool conversation. I really enjoyed it. Awesome. I like speaking with people that are intelligent and knowledgeable, understand the principles of science. I myself am planning on doing more science, more actual experimental science. I just got to get things organized and set up. Dishes are clean. Mostly clean. The GNC cups can have a residual smell you better watch out. Gotta make sure that it's fresh. Oh, the sugar. This is the process. Just gotta do the work. Okay. Let's do homework. First, we gotta watch the video. Then have to watch the video. First, watch the video. After watching the video, do this one. Oh, nice. This is born in 74. All right. Today is the 8th. How am I supposed to watch the video if you don't connect to the server? Really? That's what we're gonna do. Where it is. Where is Runday Fullsail Connect Start. Okay. 6.11. Recordings is still gonna give me the same error. This is my wife for the next 4 hours. Well, for about a 30 to 40 minutes.
Alright, so we are gonna start off today with our poll. Let me grab some stuff real quick. Position over there. Also, my webcam is still not working to something that's initialized my webcam. I don't know what it is. We'll figure that out. That goes there. That goes there.
I think I'm gonna go.
This is a real spicy survey. I make Joe. And
Oh,
go. Actually, it's not actually connected. No, back up. This one. There you go.
I don't know.
soundtrack of all time. For me, I think
Dang, that's a
I have
hard
a
one.
lot of opinions on this, but I think for size, quality,
I want to say
um,
Halo.
Final Fantasy VII is hard to beat. I think there's a lot of good Final Fantasy
Final,
soundtracks.
yeah,
I think that Final
you
Fantasy
might be
VII
right.
in general,
Final Fantasy VII
like I
might
said,
be the best.
just for the sheer amount of tracks, the sheer amount of quality across the tracks, it's just hard to do.
But I'm old school,
Expedition
so
33 is great.
Tetris.
Great one. I like a lot of the songs in Persona, but like some of the songs are really, really good. And some of the songs are just like there. You know, that makes sense? Like some songs just don't hit. And then you're like, yeah, to see it
I
come.
think-
And you're like, oh hell yeah. So like
I think in the
it's worth
context of this
50-50 there.
conversation, Grand
I'm
Theft
not
Auto
sure,
Vice
but I like
City.
rock. So what you're
No, not
saying
Grand Theft
is
Auto Vice City.
Guilty Gear XX
Yeah.
accent.
I don't know. It was a difficult question. There's a lot of games that have a lot of good songs.
Payday 2's soundtrack is so good. So good. Love Payday 2's Simon Bicklin is. But also like the other guy they got, Sergio or something, I forget his name. But Simon Bicklin just. Let's get rich, brothers.
Because Tony Hawk's games are pretty good.
Ocarina of Time's pretty good. Mario Karts are okay. I mean, you get Coconut Mall, right? Coconut Mall's hard to beat. But yeah, no bad answers here. No bad. Sometimes people will say Minecraft, and I'm like, good soundtrack, best soundtrack of all time, Minecraft. Like, I don't know about Minecraft. Cuphead's got a good soundtrack too. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII for me, Chrono Trigger, Xenogears, a lot of the older stuff in particular because they were more focused on melodic things, right? That kind of limited space they could use, so they had to get strong melodies so they could make a strong impact. Nowadays, you have an infinite amount of space, but Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, that dude is just killing it, Helldivers, Will's killing it. X absolutely obliterating it. I said that boy's gonna win a Grammy this year. I'll eat my hat if you don't. But yeah, no, and obviously like the highly melodic soundtracks that are still using limited, still relying on as if they were relying on limited resources. Things like Necrodancer and Shovel Knight, right? I mean, Jake Kaufman is an absolute master of the medium, so I expect nothing less. Alright, so next up, what do we need to discuss from a previous lecture? If anything, having finished all of my grades, I can tell you I need to discuss casting. I think the number one thing that people lost points for across all assignments is casting. So while you guys are writing, allow me to pull out my pen. Alright, so come on, pen. Come on. Okay, so
I'm gonna probably explain.
if I have a variable, oops. Oh, come on, pen. What? Your pen here? Yeah. Oh, it's because it's full screen. It's like, is it here? No, I can't write. Okay. Well, you guys get your stuff in, and I'll input validation. All right. Easy. Anything else? Nobody's typing. One person is typing. Hold on, that shirt has a hole in it. It's fixable, but char having an int value. This is almost all the same thing. All right, let's go. Let's get it. I'll just do it in code if my pen's not going to cooperate. All right, I'm gonna delete all of this existing stuff. And we're gonna get right back in here. All right. So first of all, casting and chars having an int value, because those are kind of the same thing, right? You have to cast the char to an int and vice versa. If I have a variable, we're going to call it float val1. It's going to be equal to 5.0, right? And I want to cast that to an integer. So int val2.
Integer,
That is going to look like this.
Character
this is my
integer?
target type, and this is what I want to cast. So
Character to integer. No, string
the
to
target type
integer.
here is an integer. It looks like this.
String
So
to integer.
let's zoom in a little bit. Right?
That should be the cast uses.
The same thing would be true if we did the literal value.
And it might be the
right?
other
Target
one with
type,
the little dot
and
dots.
then
Just off the top of my
value.
head.
So what did everybody do? Well, not everybody. What did a lot of people do? So what a lot of people did is they did this. Val2 is equal to int, and then in parentheses, passing val1, right? This is not a cast. What this actually is exactly what it looks like, and this is calling a method. This is calling a special type of method, though. This method is called the constructor method. So
Alright, ChatGPT. Let's get into an argument and a philosophical debate with our instructor. Okay, and then we're going to go into I think I'm going to do C++ questions. No, I think this is fine. I think this is acceptable. Calling, I think it says this is calling a method.
this is a constructor. So what we will learn next, literal value. So what did everybody do? It's going to look like this. This is my target type, and this is what I want to cast. So it's the target type here is an integer. It looks like this. So let's zoom in a little bit, right? The same thing would be true if we did the literal value, right? Target type, and then literal value. So what did everybody do? Well, not everybody. What did a lot of people do? So what a lot of people did is they did this. Val2 is equal to int, and then in parentheses, passing val1, right? This is not a cast. What this actually is exactly what it looks like, and this is calling a method.
Phone. Oh man, I'm using my phone. Other phone. I could write it, but it would be faster just to type it. This is the process. So this is what I've been doing to actually learn how to program.
This is calling a special type of method. I'll pass the jar to an int, vice versa. If I have a variable, we're
So
calling
listen
float,
to what he says.
val1 is going to be equal to 5.0, right? And I want to cast that to an integer. So int val2, right? That is going to look like this. This is my target type, and this is what I want to cast. So it's the target type here is an integer. It looks like this. So let's zoom in a little bit, right? The same thing would be true if we did the literal value, right? Target type, and then literal value. So what did everybody do? Well, not everybody. What did a lot of people do? So what a lot of people did is they did this. Val2 is equal to int, and then in parentheses, passing val1, right? This is not a cast. What this actually is exactly what it looks like, and this is calling a method. This is calling a special type of method, though. This method is called the constructor method.
So you heard what he said. Now this is what ChatGPT had to say in response. I actually said, is this calling a method? Is this a constructor?
Great questions. Let's map what's in your screenshot to the right C++ concepts. You have lines like, you can see the code in our conversation history. Is this calling a method? No. A method, member function, would look like object method args and lives inside a class struct. None of your lines call a method. Each line is a type conversion cast to int. Is this a constructor? For built-in types like int, there are no constructors. Int val1 is the functional cast, also called functional notation for direct initialization. It converts val1 to int, truncates towards 0. It's not calling a constructor here. For a class type, the same syntax would call a constructor. Example, you can see the code in our conversation history. So tx calls a constructor only when t is a class struct. With int, it's just a cast. Cleaner modern C++ ways prefer an explicit C++ cast so intent is obvious. You can see the code in our conversation history. 2 quick nits from the screenshot. 1, you can't declare int val2 3 times in the same scope. Rename or separate them. 2, use 5.0f if you mean a float literal. You can see the code in our conversation history. TLDR, not a method call, not a constructor here, because int is built in, it's a type conversion. For class types, tx does call a constructor. For fundamental types, it's just a cast.
So this is a constructor.
Is hard.
So what we will learn next week is that we are working with what's known as an object-oriented programming language. C++ is literally was named because it's C plus objects. So objects are a more complex data type. That's how we're going to make custom data types. And when we make custom types, we need a way to create them. So for example, right, this is just going to be a very brief overview. I'm not going to go over the whole thing. For example, I can make a person typed variable named Doug, right? And then Doug, in order to create a variable that's called Doug, we say, okay, his name is Doug. We can have a first name and a last name. We can have a first name and an age. We can have a first name, a last name, and an age. We have a lot of different things, right? And basically, all three of these values would be stored in the variable
Interesting.
Doug, and Doug would be defined as a person typed variable.
Now that I'm actually learning, this is the disconnect that I've been having. I think this is it. I think this is the answer that I've been looking for. I think this is the conflict that I've been having. I think I understand. This is why I had to watch all the videos. I need my structure. understand why I've been struggling. Technically, and user-defined types. Parameter. What makes Doug a variable? There's an identifier. I mean, yeah, variable Doug is a person is okay. Person is isn't it a person Doug? Is it person? Duh equals person. It's just person. Does the variable person and the equal sign defines, what does the equal sign do to the person? These are questions that I should be able to sit down and ask my teacher, but he'll get exhausted. He'll get tired of asking me he'll get tired of answering my dumb questions because when you're doing something, right? Let's say you're doing something, right? It could be anything. Let's say that you're trying to, let's say you're studying the alphabet, right? You're trying to learn the language. You're trying to learn English because this is something that we did as kids and we don't remember. If you're trying to understand something, there's a grid, it's a graph, I forget what it's called, but there are unknown unknowns, there's known unknowns, there's unknown knowns, and there's known knowns, right? This is the foundational process for understanding. You don't understand something and you don't have any knowledge of it, you're ignorant. There's 3 levels of ignorance. There's ignorance, there's stupidity, there's ignorance, stupidity. I want to say dumb, but dumb really doesn't. There's ignorance, dumbness, and stupidity. Oh, yeah, and then willful ignorance. That would be for the context of what I'm saying right now, that would be the best structure. Because there's a difference between not knowing something, which is being ignorant, and being stupid, which is the capacity by which you are giving information and you don't understand it, right? The learning process is a duality state of these two. You could be ignorant to something and have access to the knowledge of it and still be ignorant. But you can also be ignorant to something and have access to the knowledge of it and be stupid. And I think what stupidity is in this context is a misalignment of understanding. So as you're learning something, you misunderstand those values, and now you're if you say that 1 plus 1 equals 2, 1 plus 1 plus 2 equals 3, 1 plus 3 equals 4, there's a understanding of a logical relationship in that you can misunderstand and be dumb. But in the process of learning that, you're ignorant to that under that alignment, right? Now that you are in the process of understanding this thing, you're missing the alignment part of it. The understanding part of it is disconnected. So you have to unify those, right? So as I'm reading through this information and trying to find those pieces I'm doing, when you do something every day for a lot, you get to a point where you forget what it felt like to not understand it. And then you reach a point where 1 plus 1 equals 2 because 1 plus 1 equals 2. You stop doing the proofs. 1 plus 1 equals 2. If 1 plus 1 equals 2 and 2 plus 2 equals 4, there is a relationship between those two values that forms an axiom and a postulate. And that you were not stupid, right? But if I tell you 1 plus 1 equals 2, and I tell you that 2 plus 2 equals 4, and you remember that 1 plus 1 equals 2, and 2 plus 2 equals 4, and if I write down what is 2 plus 2, and you know from just being told that 2 plus 2 equals 4, which is what most people do, you don't understand the nuance of why the value 2 and the value 2 together form 4, right? 2 and 2 are assigned the character 4 because there are 4 entities. And 1 are assigned the character 2 because there are 2 entities. These 2 entities together, 1 and 1 by itself, together are assigned the character 2, right? And 2 and 2 together are assigned the character 4. But in the nuance of that, the character 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, 4 ones are assigned the same character of 4, right? That's the nuance. That's where the ignorant part and the stupid part comes in. Because you could understand and pick and listen. You can memorize that 2 plus 2 equals 4, but not know why 2 plus 2 equals 4. And that's when you'll be stupid. Because now you're like, if I say, what is 2 plus 2? And you say, well, 2 plus 2 is 4. And I say, well, why is 2 plus 2 4? You're like, I don't know. You know that 2 plus 2 is 4, but you don't understand why. And this is what I struggle with people all the time. Because there's a nuance in everything that I understand. I understand the pattern recognition and the deeper layers under it. If you tell me to just remember this shit, I won't remember it. That's not the way my brain works. My brain has never worked that way. You can't just tell me that this is a thing and I know it. You have to explain how to derive this value. And every time I engage in a understanding, I do that application over and over and over again until it clicks enough to where I stop relying on the underlying procedure. And if I have gaps in the underlying procedure, then I can't go through the motions of getting there. That's how I actualize my knowledge. It's a normal function of the human condition. If you can't understand something, then you're just like, okay, I don't understand this. I will remember the answer. But the goal is always to understand, right? So when I'm sitting down with a teacher, I'm like, I don't understand this. The teacher's like, well, no, because the teacher has moved from unknown unknowns into known knowns. It's so universally true to them that they don't even have the capacity to explain why 2 plus 2 is 4, because 2 plus 2 has always been 4, and 2 plus 2 will always be 4, and there's no reason to even question why 2 plus 2 is 4, because it's always going to be 4. There's not even the need to even associate 4 with 2 plus 2, because 2 plus 2 is its own thing. You just need 4. Let's just work with 4. If we work with 4, we don't have to worry about 2 plus 2 at all, right? But that creates a disconnect in the understanding, because now you're teaching me 2 plus 2 and you're teaching me 4, and you're going to ask me a question, what is 8 plus 8? And I don't understand the nuance behind why 4 is even 4. And I don't understand the nuance why 2 is 2. So you want me to guess that 8 is 2 4s. How am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to just know magically that 2 4s make 8? How do I know that? How do I fucking know that? I don't know. Even if I break 4 into 4 ones, if I've never experienced 8 ones, I don't know to associate those. Never done it. I'm ignorant to that information. Ignorant to the information because I haven't experienced it yet. We go to these academic settings with the assumption of a foundation, right? There is no foundation in programming. So if there's no foundation in programming, if I didn't take programming in high school and I don't have a foundation in it, how am I supposed to just make the necessary leaps in a programming class at the college level? And if they don't educate the African American at the high school level with the foundation of thinking in the logical terms of computer science, when we go to college, we don't have a foundation, and then we just get dropped from the class because we don't know. But we were never taught. You give me 2 chances to learn this shit, and then you just drop me because I've never in my entire life had access to the information. And it's just a justifiable way to just continue to just exclude us from everything. It's dumb. So that's what ChatGPT does. It's like I can just keep asking the same questions over and over again. I understand this, right? But they don't give me a concrete definition. See, this passes into this, and this only exists because of this, and this tells this that it's this, right? This is where my ignorance has gotten me to. This value is defined by C++ as some value, which shapes to this format, and then this value receives this information so long as this information is compatible with this. So this goes into this to define this. This is shaped by this and receives this value. So here, this equals that. This doesn't equal anything because it hasn't been defined anything yet, right? But here, it defines itself right here. Because this could be here the same way, right? A float is an integer and a double is an integer, but a float and a double are just data types. They're not actual numerical values. They're just the way the information is stored. But they don't make a difference and distinction between the two when they're teaching you how to do this crap, right? So this and that, this requires this so that that can know how to go into this to do that, right? And then down here, this is that, that is that, and then this is gonna do some shit to define this into that. So this will become that. This integer, val2 is equal to val1 as an integer, but val1 was defined as a float, right? And it was defined as a float of type 5.0, but val1 can be an integer. So this is why it's a cast, because we already know that val1, we already know that an integer can be a float. We already know that an integer can be a double, but we're not explicitly saying it. I don't even know what an integer's data type is because they never covered it. He never explained what an integer's data type is. And what I mean is that we know that a float is defined by how much that can store it. Well, how much information can an integer by itself store? What is the storage capacity of just an integer? We didn't cover that. What is the storage capacity of just a string? We didn't cover it. It's not necessary to know that, right? Val1 is value, right? It's just some arbitrary string of words and text that was defined by the user, and it has no bearing or value inside of C++, right? Right? Right. Persona Doug is not an integer or float. What is persona? It's not an integer, it's not a float, it's not a string, it's none of these types of whatever these things are. So I don't understand what this is. But learning that I've done, persona is being passed into Doug by this equal sign here to be this, right? This is defining what persona is. But this isn't Doug, this is persona. But Doug is being passed into, I'm saying, Doug is being passed into person, but person precedes Doug. Person Doug equals person. Person Doug equals person. This is like saying 1 equals 2. 1 is 2 equal to 1, passed into 2. But before we do all of that, we need to define 2 as this. And that's the wrong way to think about it, because it should actually be x into y into z. This is the value for z passed into x. I think that's the way that this actually works until I update my information a little bit more. Well, I say information until I update my understanding a little bit more. Do I want a pizza today? I don't think I do. What is, in C++ explain user defined type after you define it for me. What does equal sign do to persona? Question mark. And then I was going to copy here, persona Doug. And the reason why I asked you that, because I want to understand the nuance of how the C++ code is dealing with the up until now, and this has actually been my disconnect, I've been trying to understand the initial type value that is of the C++ code and how you start with that and derive that other stuff. Like, it felt like you needed some foundational C++ value to be able to start your code. But this is showing me that all of this stuff is not C++. Persona is not C++, Doug is not C++, person, I keep saying persona. Person is not C++, Doug is not C++, person here isn't, Doug is not, or early is not and 40 is not. The strings just turn this into a string, but without the strings here, what makes these two different? How are they different? You know, like when you do this, you define it as a string, but you can also define a string with the term string. So it's like that's the disconnect. Like that's what's the issue.
Great I, this equals isn't assignment the way A equals B is. You can see the code in our conversation history. The equals means copy initialization. Here's what that implies. What equals does here, it tells the compiler, define a new object named Doug of type person and initialize it from the expression on the right. The right side person Doug Arley 40 is a constructor call that creates a person per value. With modern C++, C++7+, the compiler relies the copy and constructs Doug directly using that constructor. No separate temporary, no assignment operator is called. So this is not using operator uses, and it's not reassigning an existing object. It's a definition plus initialization. Basic anatomy of the line.
I get it
person
now.
identifier.
I understand.
Doug initialize parameters. Person Doug Arley 40 chooses the matching person constructor. Initialization form, copy initialization equals form. Compared to other forms, you can see the code in our conversation history. TLDR. In that declaration, equal selects copy initialization. It doesn't assign, it initializes Doug, typically with guaranteed copy elision, by invoking person's constructor with Doug Arley 40.
I understand. Because right here, ChatGPT said the right side persona Doug Arley 40 is the constructor call. And the teacher said that initial val equals initial val 1 is a constructor. The reason why this is not a constructor when I asked ChatGPT if it's a constructor is because it has the initial values. These values are part of the actual compiler code, the types inside of C++. Since the types are already predefined in C++, these values don't allow this structure to be a constructor. But he doesn't say that shit. He doesn't say that. This is a constructor because there's not any of these blue values in it. Until I can come up with a stable understanding in my brain for these, I'm gonna still be confused. But basically, these values change the definition of this term. But if you take these two values out, this and this are the same. Initial value equals initial value 1 in parentheses is not a constructor because of the integer value. Persona Doug equals persona Doug Arley 40 is a constructor because it doesn't use any of the predefined values in C++. Since it doesn't have any of the predefined values in C++, the structure is that of a constructor. But if you put any of the predefined stuff into C++, from C++ into it, integer, string, float, void, any of that other stuff that you would use to establish certain parameters inside of your code, it stops being a constructor. And this is the reason why the shit that they're saying doesn't fucking match. This is why it doesn't match. This is why it doesn't, because most of what we're going to be doing is going to be using regular language inside of C++ to define the variables and the values inside of the code without heavily relying on float, integer, double, vector, all that other stuff. All of the predefined things we won't probably later in the course. So that's why he says this is a constructor, this is a method, but it's not, because this will be a constructor and this will be a method because we won't be heavily relying on this. And we need this stuff because we're going to use these values to probably use to make our overloads and our classes and our methods classes and our methods and our overloads will be constructed with this stuff, but we'll be using this stuff to define our object-oriented programming, our object-oriented class. And I feel like there's another term that I'm not thinking about. Our classes and our struts. Yeah, I think that's as far as my knowledge has gone. So back to just watching this
Going over
video.
your head. We're going to go over it in detail on Monday. And this is one way to create a person type object. This is calling a person constructor, right? To create a person type Doug. That's what this is. This is doing the same thing, except instead of doing a custom type, it's the constructor for an integer. So while this works, right, while this does give you out a valid version, what it isn't is an explicit cast. What it is instead is the same thing as you say int val2 is equal to val1, which is doing an implicit conversion. So both of these things are implicit conversions. Just basically creating an integer out of a float. Whereas this is taking an existing value and transforming it explicitly. This was a conversion of the C-cell cast. Are there any questions about that? Does that make sense? Because like I said, this was a recurring theme across all my sections. So I want to make sure you guys have a good understanding of that. Alright, good. Alright, number 2, converting a char to an int. So anytime we need to do a conversion, right? Anytime we need to do an explicit conversion, a cast will work. So that is like if we have an int number value, we want to get the number value of the char value of A. We can cast that in, right? Explicit cast, and we can say char letter value, and we can say take space bar. We can do it the opposite direction, right? So char 65. This is true also like if we got that from a variable, right? So if we had like int number value, we could cast that to an int from letter value, right? And we wanted to go the opposite direction, do the same thing, char letter value. We could say, okay, pass that to a char from the number value. So both of those things would work back and forth as well. Important thing to remember is this is always the value. This is the target type, right? So whatever we would like to convert to, whatever we are converting with the data type, whatever we want to convert to, and the value of whatever we're converting from, whether that be a literal value like it is here, we're taking that value like we are here, or calling that from a method, which would also be a thing we could do. Is there any questions about this? Does that make sense? Now, excuse me. The same thing is true if we were also doing this for like, again, enumerator, right? So if we have an operator, operation, if we had a number, I wouldn't do this, but we technically could, right? If we wanted to take a number 0 and convert it to a math operator, we could do it like that. Or if we wanted to like do a selection based on a math operator, the basics. We're gonna do an empty string name is equal to an empty string, right? And then we'll say, okay, do std out and ask the name, just like that. And then we'll just get line to do the stdcin, capture from the console, and store the variable in name, right? That much we know. Oops. That much we know. That's like again, K1 stuff. Alright, cool. Now we can have what we know about conditional statements, right? We can either create a specific condition, or we can just create a specific complex condition, or we can just say right here, if name is equal to is double equals comparison, single equals trying to do assignment. This will be an error.
Standard template library STD.
And it's going to be a weirdly named error, or a weirdly worded error. So make sure you have it a double equal sign in there for comparison. And then here, so if name does not have an empty string, so if at this point name has not changed, if it's still an empty string, then we're going to say std out. Name cannot be empty, exclamation point, press enter to try again, dot dot dot. And in fact, I don't like this on one line because this is too many characters. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put that like that, and I'm going to put a space here. And I can just break my code up into separate lines. And since I didn't do a line break, or a end line, these will be on the same line. So I want those to be on the same line, and then we'll do std cin.get, which will pause the console and we'll press enter. So right now, right, what's going to happen is the user is going to type something, or we're going to prompt them for their name. It's going to pause, wait for the user to type something in. If the user doesn't type anything in, they just press enter. It's going to give them feedback, and that's going to be it, right? Are there any questions about this? Cool. That's easy, because the only time you ever use a double equal sign is when you're comparing two values. So if there's literally a value on both sides, right? Whether those be one's from a variable and one's from a method, or one's a literal value and one's about a variable, two values on two sides, that's double equal sign, that's comparison. If on the left side you have a variable that you're trying to override the value, that is always assignment. You are taking one value and storing it in the other, right? So you're more often than not going to be using a single equal sign for assignment, right? The only time you'll ever use a double equal sign is if it's in the head of a conditional statement, whether that be a while loop, if it's stuff like that. Alright, so we have this all going here, right? But we want to over and over and over. So as long as the name is an empty string, we want to continue this. So we can do that too. So we still need name outside of the loop, right? Because name is going to be used to determine the value, the condition of the loop. And I'll show you what it looks like if we don't do that, right? So let's do that first. So I'm going to do a do while loop. Like I said, most of the loops I do here will be a do while loop, simply because I want to prompt the user first before I even bother checking to see if name is empty, because I know name is going to be
I
empty.
think it's time to go around.
We know what the condition is because we've already created the condition to give them error text. So say name is equal to 0. So while name is an empty string, continue looping this, right? So do all of this, and while name is an empty string, continue to do this. Now, there's a problem here, right? And that is the name. And even if I were to come up here and do std string name is equal to an empty string, each single equals to an empty string, this would cause a problem. This would cause a problem because by providing a data type before name here, we are not using the existing name variable. We are creating a new name variable. Now, when you guys did this previously, it gave you an error. It says create a variable that already exists. this will not give you an error. That's because since we are inside of a new set of curly brackets, this is a new code block. And as a result of that, we can make a new variable with the same name. We can access any variable above us, but since this is outside of that, right, it's going to use this name variable and not this one. So that's going to cause you a problem. So make sure you're paying attention to that. The easiest way you can figure that out is you could put a breakpoint. If I were to put a breakpoint right here, I would see I have available two name variables. One would have a value, the other would not, right? So keep that in mind. So what we need to do is we need to define this outside, and then we are going to remove the data type here, and then we'll be able to do this check correctly. So we have the initialize the variable default empty string. So we don't need this at all. So we initialize the variable empty string. Here we prompt it for the name. Then we do cin. We store the value. If they entered in an empty string, then we'll give them error text, and then we'll do it again. If they did enter in something, then we won't get error text, and we'll break out, and we can do something like std cout, and then hello, comma, space, plus concatenate their name, and then we can concatenate punctuation at the end of that. And then we'll do an end line finally to close that string. Oops, good. Go try to save that. Because I obsessively hello. Alright, cool. I did not plug my computer into the charger, and that caused everything to freeze. But we're good. We're back. Can y'all hear me? Well, can y'all hear me the best you possibly can hear me? I know. I know. Trust me. Cool. Alright, good. Alright, so are there any questions about any of this? Does everybody got everything they need? We got conversions, we got user input validation, we got more conversions, we have proper ways to do casts. And as far as I could tell, those are the primary concerns that I saw. There's a handful of people, a small handful of people that submitted stuff incorrectly for one or two assignments. Pretty sure we got those hammered out. So, anything else? How's everybody doing? Alright, great, cool. So, now we're going to get into our week 2, day 3 stuff. This is going to be collections. This is generally, well, this is not the right slides. This is generally the thing that people struggle with the most. I've pared it down quite a bit from previous months to try to make it a little bit more simple. but we're going to take our time with it. We're going to take as much time as we need. There's going to be a bit of a repetition because the way that this is going to be is they're going to be very similar in both manners. But yeah. All right. Is my screen shared? Can you guys see that? What you guys can see everything. I have a question. I'm struggling with crashing due to user input being the wrong data type. You demonstrate a way to prove something. Right now, right, Elijah, the input is always going to be a string. There are ways to get an integer variable from the console, but for now, for this class, we're just going to assume the input is always a string. So if you get an input, assume it's a string, and if you need it as an integer, then you need to convert it to S2I. If it is not an integer and you convert it to S2I, it'll probably crash. And again, there are ways to handle that, but that's not going to be something that we're going to discuss in this class. Actually, for this class right now, we're going to assume that all the data that you do get is valid, right? So there's no need to do any kind of error handling. User input validation is one thing, but error handling is an entirely different thing. So we do not cover that. So yeah, just assume the input is a string, use it as a string, and just assume that if you need it as a number, then it's going to be a number. Outside of that, that's a conversation for many months beyond now. All right. You can give me another example. I can come back to it, but for now, I'm gonna go into the lab. All right. So right now, we know how to store one thing in one place. That's about as far as we've gone. And if we need to store another thing, we store it in another place. So sometimes we need to store, and these things are related. So how do we relate them? The best we can do right now with the knowledge that we have is store them like this, right? Just a bunch of variables. But it would make more sense, right, if we could store them in like a set, again, like we learned in discrete math, or like we talked about on Wednesday. So a set might look something like this, right?
All right, let's go run.
In programming, the collection is a data structure that allows us to store.
Let's go do it. Where's my key? It's actually starting to get cold. For my help, I can't broken down. Pressed and hopeless. How's everybody doing tonight? I can't hear you. All right now. How's the world? Welcome to life and the apocalypse. Same from my hair. I can't help it. I'm breaking down. Save me from my hair. I can't used to say I know my skin is crawling and feel this pressure from the inside out. I lost my nerve. Mind is racing outside. I can say burning in my darkest thoughts again. So I keep asking myself, will I be strong enough to face this place? Still here begging for help. We're only humans walking through this hell. Save me from myself. I can't used to say I'm breaking down and cursed and hopeless and held in despair. Don't know how to find a way to release myself. I'm going crazy and come to get now. Nothing here feels like it used to be. So I keep asking myself, will I be strong enough to face this place? Still here begging for help. We're only humans walking through this hell. And what remains is the shadow of my life. I look in the mirror in hate. what I see. I don't look on my face anymore and wonder where all my dreams are gone. Feeling lost and empty. I know I can't turn back time, and I just don't want to give up. I can't give up. From my head. It is really cold. I'm shivering. Still here, begging for help. Lonely man's walking through it. It's gonna take a second for me to get used to how cold it is. Sure.
Wait. At all. Every time. and up and down the floor. My head is an animal. An animal. Had a son, most alone. A son was a gay guy. Had a pet dragonfly. A dragonfly ran away. And he took back the story to say. Hey. Very cold in a fucking tree. About the bird by me. Warm. The sky wasn't big enough for the mercy from the on them as a la 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 la. .89. Today I'm slow, or the recording is not consistent. Definitely slow. The cold is hurting me. stealing from the homeless. That's so funny. Imagine being homeless, seeing somebody homeless in their sleep, and you take stuff from them, even though you know that you're just as homeless as they are, and it's just as hard for them as it is for you. But we let these institutions convince us that it's better for us for them to hoard their wealth instead of having a system that, instead of having an economy that mirrors the ecology that we evolved from. A world to make you see me truly. I run forever, but how far would I have gone without mourning your love? All that I'm living for, all that I'm dying for, alone tonight. My goals start gaining me. Should I feel we found the grave, rust off the fade, felt your light. I remember why I know this place. I found a bird closing her eyes one last time, and I wonder if she breathes like me. As much as it hurt, so go on and break your wings. Till it bleeds as we run towards the end of the dream. I'm not afraid. I push through the pain and I'm on fire. I remember how to breathe again. As much as it hurts, ain't it wonderful to feel? So go on and break your wings. Follow your heart till it bleeds as we run for the end of the dream. Why must we fall apart to understand how to fly? I will find a way even without wings. and we dream. What's the end of the dream? Follow your heart till it leads, and we run to the end of the dream. Hey, yo, when this first started off, what you want, swimming in the smoke. Everything devil came by this morning, said he had something to show me. I was looking like a face I never seen before. Here we go now. It's sliding to the open door. Can you hear me now? 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 Yeah, am I coming through? Am I coming through? Is it sweet and pure and true? Devil came by this morning. Devil came by this morning, said he had something to show me. I was looking like I never seen a face before. Here we go now, let's slide in through this open door. Pictures and things that I done before, circling around and here on the floor. I'm dreaming of this and I'm dreaming that. Replacing the nothing, think about that. These waves are gonna form on my horizon. Yeah, I'm shining. I see waves are gonna form on my horizon. Lord, I'm shining. Oh, like I'm hearing me, like I'm hearing you. Oh, like I'm hearing me, like I'm hearing you. You know I always lost my mind. Can't explain where I've been. You know I almost lost my mind. I can't explain where I've been. You know I almost lost my mind. I couldn't explain the things I seen. I didn't of you. And the images of me and you. These waves are gonna form on my horizon. Yeah, I'm shining. I'm seeing waves that are gonna form on my horizon. Lord, I'm shining. Oh, like I'm hearing me, like I'm hearing you. Oh, like I'm hearing me, like I'm hearing you. You know, I always lost my mind. I couldn't explain where I've been. You know, I almost lost my mind. I couldn't explain things I've seen. And I think I see the light. Now I think I see the light. Lend me your hand, lend me your hand, lend me your hand, lend me your hand. These waves are gonna form on my horizon. Yeah, I'm shining. I'm seeing waves are gonna form on my horizon. Lord, I'm shining. Oh, like I'm hearing me, like I'm hearing you. Oh.
Multiple elements, a single identifier. So this is multiple values, one identifier, right? Generally speaking, these are typically going to be all of the same type, though there are certain circumstances where you can store different types. We won't talk about the different types one. We're only going to talk about the same type collections. So to start talking about collections, we're going to, again, refer back to sets in discrete math. So a set in discrete math would look something similar to this, right? This is a variable s, and it's equal to a set that holds elements 2, 3, 4, and 7. We're going to use specific terminology here, so this is going to be the same terminology that, again, you used in discrete math. So each item, each value inside of the set is referred to as an element. So those are all elements. Now, if we were to take this same thing and syntax highlight it, it would look something like this, right? It's just me putting it into a font that is a C++, monospaced programming font, syntax highlighted, same set. All right. So the first collection that we're going to talk about is going to be an array. An array is the oldest type of collection we have. They are ancient. And the way they work is they store a fixed size collection of elements of the same type in contiguous memory locations. So what does that mean? So that says, I'm going to make an array, right? And I'm going to say, this array is going to hold 5 integer values, right? The computer is going to calculate how much space an integer takes up. It's going to multiply it by 5. It's going to go find the next.
It's going to go find space on the hard drive to partition out, to save that information, and it's going to allocate the memory in RAM.
Not a cast. What this actually is exactly what it looks like. And this has been typed very int number value. We want to get the number value of a char. So we could say like a cat. This was just basically creating an integer out of a float. Whereas this is taking any conversions just basically creating an integer out of a float. Whereas this is taking an existing value and transforming it explicitly. This was a conversion with the C cell cast. Are there any questions about that? Does that make sense? Because like I said, this was a recurring theme across all my sections. So I want to make sure you guys have a good understanding of that. All right, good. All right, number 2, converting a char to an int. So anytime we need to do a conversion, right? Anytime we need to do an explicit conversion, a cast will work. So that is like if we have an int number value, we want to get the number value of a char. So we could say like char value of A, we just cast that to an int, right? Explicit cast. And then we could say char letter value, and we could say, we'll take the space bar, right? We can do it the opposite direction, right? So we can do char 65. This is true also like if we got that from a variable, right? So if we had like int number value, we could cast that to an int from letter value, right? And we wanted to go the opposite direction, we could do the same thing, char letter value. We could say, okay, pass that to a char from the number value. So both of those things would work back and forth as well. Important thing to remember is this is always the value. This is the target type, right? So whatever we would like to convert to, whatever we are converting, the data type, whatever we want to convert to, and the value of whatever we're converting from, whether that be a literal value like it is here, retrieving that value from a variable like we are here, or calling that from a method, which would also be a thing we could do. Is there any questions about this? Does that make sense? Now, excuse me. The same thing is true if we were also doing this for like, again, an enumerator, right? So we have math operator, operation. If we had a number, I wouldn't do this, but we technically could, right? If we wanted to take a number 0, convert it to a math operator, we could do it like that. Or if we wanted to do like int selection based on a math operator, we could say cast to an int from math operator add or something similar, right? So these are all compatible types. They're all, they all have a clear path from one type to another type. So all of those are candidates for an explicit conversion via a C-style cast. All right, we good? Good. All right. The last thing we need to do is user input validation. You're going to see me do this like dozens of times in this class because we're doing a console application. And by the nature of the console application, the way we're going to traverse it is going to be receiving user input. And I'm going to validate as much of that user input as I realistically can, right? Because I'm a front-end guy. I'm all about usability. I'm all about user experience and making sure the user has clear goals of what's going on in the application. So on the base end, right? We use the basics. We're going to do std string name is equal to an empty string, right? And then we'll say, okay, we are going to std cout and ask them for their name, just like that. And then we'll use getLine to do std cin to capture from the console and store the variable in name, right? That much we know. Oops. That much we've seen. That's like again, day one stuff. All right, cool. Now we can add on what we know about conditional statements, right? We could either create a specific condition, or we could just create a specific complex condition, or we could just say right here, if name is double equals comparison, single equals try to do assignment, this will give you an error. Do not do that. And it's going to be a weirdly named error, a weirdly worded error. So make sure you have a double equal sign in there for comparison. And then here, so if name does not have an empty string, so if at this point name has not changed, if it's still an empty string, then we're going to say std cout name cannot be empty, exclamation point, press enter to try again, ... And in fact, I don't like this on one line because this is too many characters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that like that, but I'm going to put a space here. And I can just break my code up into separate lines. And since I didn't do a line break, or std cin.get, which will pause the console and wait for them to press enter. So right now, right, what's going to happen is the user is going to type something, or we're going to prompt them for their name. It's going to pause, wait for the user to type something in. If the user doesn't type anything in, they just press enter. It's going to give them feedback, and that's going to be it, right? Everybody with me so far? Is there any questions about this? Cool. That's easy, Chris. The only time you ever use a double equal sign is when you're comparing two values. So if there's literally a value on both sides, right? Whether those be literal values or one's from a variable and one's from a method, or one's a literal value and one's a variable. There's two values on two sides. That's double equal sign. That's comparison. If on the left side you have a variable that you're trying to override the value, that is always assignment. You are taking one value and storing it in the other, right? So you're more often than not going to be using a single equal sign for assignment, right? The only time you will ever use a double equal sign is if it's in the head of a conditional statement, whether that be a while loop, a if statement, stuff like that. All right, so we have this all going here, right? But we want to use this repeatedly. We want to do this over and over and over. So as long as the name is an empty string, we want to continue this. So we can do that too. So we still need name outside of the loop, right? Because name is going to be used to determine the value, the condition of the loop, and I'll show you what it looks like if we don't do that, right? So let's do that first. So I'm going to do a do while loop. Like I said, most of the loops I do here will be a do while loop, simply because I want to prompt the user first before I even bother checking to see if name is empty, because I know name is going to be empty before I prompt them. Then I'm going to do the while loop. We know what the condition is because we've already created the condition to give them error text. So say name is equal to 0. So while name is an empty string, continue looping this, right? So do all of this, and while name is an empty string, continue to do this. Now, there is a problem here, right? And that is that name is defined in here. And even if I were to come up here and do std string name is equal to an empty string, single equals to an empty string, this would cause a problem. This would cause a problem because by providing a data type before name here, we are not using the existing name variable. We are creating a new name variable. Now, when you guys did this previously, it gave you an error. It says you're trying to create a variable that already exists. This will not give you an error. And that's because since we are inside of a new set of curly brackets, this is a new code block. And as a result of that, we can make a new variable with the same name. We can access any variable above us, but since this is outside of that, right, it's going to use this name variable and not this one. So that's going to cause you a problem. So make sure you're paying attention to that. The easiest way you can figure that out is you could put a breakpoint. If I were to put a breakpoint right here, I would see I'd have available two name variables. One would have a value, the other would not, right? So keep that in mind. So what we need to do is we need to define this outside, and then we are going to remove the data type here, and then we'll be able to do this check correctly. So we initialize the variable default empty string. So we don't need this at all. So we initialize the variable empty string. Here we prompt it for the name. Then we do cin. We store the value. If they entered in an empty string, then we'll get them error text, and then we'll do it again.
This is where I get confused. How does, I think, std cout name, get line std cin name, this name and this name are now the same? Is it because this code block is going to look for name, and when it can't find it in this code block, it's going to automatically go outside and beyond? all right, ChatGPT. Now I could ask my teacher and then wait for him to respond because it's Saturday and then not finish my assignment. Or I can reverse the lecture because I'm supposed to watch the lectures.
We initialize the variable default empty string.
Because I
And you
understand what he's saying.
String name is equal to an empty string, single equals.
Everything
Single
he's
equals
saying
to an
makes
empty
sense.
string. This would cause a problem.
What the compiler is
This
doing,
would
how
cause
the
a problem
compiler is understanding the
because
information is what I don't
by
understand.
providing a data.
So this name and this name are two different values because this string name is inside of the do loop, inside of this set of curly brackets, which defines it as its own code block. The compiler is going to read string name here and it's going to read string name here. They should be the same, so you should get an error, but you're not going to get an error because the compiler is going to say outside of this scope, string name, inside the scope, it's different string name, right? The compiler is going to just understand that these are two different things, right? That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. If the compiler is like, yeah, these are in different locations within the code, so they're different things, right? That makes
Type.
sense.
Before name here, we're not using the existing name variable. We are creating a new name variable. Now, when you guys did this previously, it gave you an error. It says you're trying to create a variable that already exists. This will not give you an error. And that's because since we are inside of a new set of curly brackets, this is a new code block. And as a result of that, we can make a new variable with the same name. We can access any variable above us, but since this is outside of that, right, it's going to use this name variable and not this one. So that's going to cause you a problem. So make sure you're paying attention to that. The easiest way you can figure that out is you could put a breakpoint. If I were to put a breakpoint right here, I would see I have available two name variables. One would have a value, the other would not, right? So keep that in mind. So what we need to do is we need to define this outside, and then we are going to remove the data type here, and then we'll be able to do this check correctly. So we initialize the variable default empty string. So we don't need this at all. So we initialize the variable empty string.
So I think it's just because that's just what the compiler is going to do. I think it's just going to just do that. I don't think there's anything extra convoluted or that needs to be understood beyond the fact that the compiler is just going to read it that way because that's just what it's going to, how it's going to read it. ChatGPT, give me assistance. Add these two photos. Ask the question. This is the easiest way for me to get the images into ChatGPT instead of having to type everything out. And then if I type it out myself, I might make an error in communicating the information, which would give me wrong output. I don't want to take the instructor's words out of context, so I just use the image.
Short version, it's all about scope and shadowing. Image 1, 2 name declarations. You can see the code in our conversation history. The inner stead string name shadows the outer one inside the braces. Get line and the if work with the inner name. At the while, name equals with, the inner name is out of scope, so this condition checks the outer name, which you never changed. Result, the loop can get stuck because the outer name likely stays. Image 2, 1 name declaration. You remove the inner declaration. You can see the code in our conversation history. Now every reference is to the same variable, so updating name in the loop affects the while condition correctly. Cleaner version, same logic, clearer C++. You can see the code in our conversation his tips. Prefer name.empty over name. If you mixed earlier stat_sin something with getLine, you may need stat_sin.ignore numeric limit string max n once before the loop to discard the leftover new line.
Great. Here we prompt for the name, then we do cin. We store the value. If they entered in an empty string, then we'll give them error text, and then we'll do it again. If they did enter in something, then we won't get error text, and we'll break out, and we can do something like std cout, and then hello, comma space, plus concatenate their name, and then we can concatenate punctuation on the end of that. And then we'll do an line finally to close that string. Oops, good.
Did you freeze? You froze.
Gonna try to save that.
I think it's still running. You might be waiting for someone to ask a question.
Because I obsessively hello. All right, cool. I did not plug my computer into the charger, and that caused everything to freeze. But we're good. We're back. Can you all hear me? Well, can you all hear me the best you possibly can hear me? I know. I know. Trust me. Cool. All right, good. All right. So, are there any questions about any of this? This is everybody got everything they need. We got conversions. We got user input validation. We got more conversions. We have proper ways to do casts. And as far as I could tell, those are the primary concerns that I saw. There was a handful of people, a small handful of people that submitted stuff incorrectly for 1 or 2 assignments. Pretty sure we got those hammered out. So, anything else? How's everybody doing? All right, great, cool. So now we're going to get into our week 2, day 3 stuff. And this is going to be collections. This is generally, well, this is not the right slides. This is generally the thing that people struggle with the most. I've pared it down quite a bit from previous months to try to make it a little bit more simple. But we're going to take our time with it. We're going to take as much time as we need. There's going to be a bit of a repetition because the way that this is going to be is they're going to be very similar in both manners. But yeah. All right. Is my screen shared? Can you guys see that? You guys can see everything. I have a question. I'm struggling with crashing due to user input being the wrong data type. You demonstrate a way to prove something. Right now, right, Elijah, the input is always going to be a string. There are ways to get a integer variable from the console, but for now, for this class, we're just going to assume the input is always a string. So if you get an input, assume it's a string, and if you need it as an integer, then you need to convert it to S to I. If it is not an integer and you convert it to S to I, it'll probably crash. And again, there are ways to handle that, but that's not going to be something that we're going to discuss in this class. Essentially, for this class right now, we're going to assume that all the data that you do get is valid, right? So there's no need to do any kind of error handling. User input validation is one thing, but error handling is an entirely different thing. So we do not cover that. So yeah, just assume the input is a string, use it as a string, and just assume that if you need it as a number, then it's gonna be a number. Outside of that,
No more.
that's a conversation for many months beyond now. All right. I can give you another example, I can come back to it, but for now I'm gonna go into the lab. All right, so right now, we know how to store one thing in one place. That's about as far as we've gone. And if we need to store another thing, we store it in another place. So sometimes we need to store many things, and these things are related. So how do we relate them? The best we can do right now with the knowledge that we have is store them like this, right? Just a bunch of variables. But it would make more sense, right, if we could store them in like a set, again, like we learned in discrete math or like we talked about on Wednesday. So a set might look something like this, right? All right. So in programming, a collection is a data structure that allows us to store multiple elements under a single identifier. So this is multiple values, one identifier, right? Generally speaking, these are typically going to be all of the same type, though there are certain circumstances where you can store different types. We won't talk about the different types one. We're only going to talk about same type collections. So to start talking about collections, we're going to, again, refer back to sets in discrete math. So a set in discrete math would look something similar to this, right? So this is a variable S, and it's equal to a set that holds elements 2, 3, 4, and 7. We're going to use specific terminology here, so this is going to be the same terminology that, again, you used in discrete math. So each item, each value inside of the set is referred to as an element. So those are all elements. Now, if we were to take this same thing and syntax highlight it, it would look something like this, right? It's just me putting it into a font that is a C++, monospaced programming font, syntax highlighted, same set. All right. So the first collection that we're going to talk about is going to be an array. An array is the oldest type of collection we have. They are ancient. And the way they work is they store a fixed size collection of elements of the same type in contiguous memory locations. So what does that mean? So that says, I'm going to make an array, right? And I'm going to say, this array is going to hold 5 integer values, right? The computer is going to calculate how much space an integer takes up. It's going to multiply it by 5. It's going to go find the next available slot of memory that has that much space available, and it's going to reserve that space. That's the array. It doesn't matter what those values are, or how many are, like whether or not you assign them. It reserves that space. That is all reserved for the array. As a result of that, it's reserved for the array. The array is, like I said before, immutable. It cannot get any bigger. It cannot get any smaller. The only thing that can change about the array is the value of the elements. So you can change the values of the elements, but you cannot change the size at all. As such, you must define an array with a size, right? You must say ahead of time, this is how many spots I'm gonna need, and it just goes and grabs those spots. Elijah, if you are using something like S2I and you are entering in a number that is not a string that is not a number, you will receive what is known as an exception. So an exception is saying, oh, I got this, but I can make an exception in this case, right? Which would allow it to what we call graceful failure. We don't talk about exception handling, but it is that's like an expected error, right? So it's something that is intentionally designed to fail on purpose in some circumstances, so that it can be handled later on. So we call it exception handling, right? Again, we're not doing that here. All right. So going back to our original set, right? So this is our discrete math set. If we wanted to define this set as an array in C++, it would look like this. So very similar to when we create a variable, right? We start off with the data type, so the data type that will be stored in the array, followed by the identifier. In this case, the identifier is still S, which is not a great identifier, but it is an identifier. And then connected to the identifier, we have in square brackets the size of the collection. So we have int S4. So that means this will hold 4 values. Sorry. And then on this other side, the assignment operator, we have our 4 values. So 2, 3, 4, and 7. We can give this a more descriptive identifier. Again, this is our size. So it can never have anything more than 4 values, and it can actually never have anything less than 4 values either. Now, right now, this example is showing you a collection that is holding integers, because that's relevant to what you learned in discrete math, right? Math is all numbers, whole numbers typically. So arrays are not limited to what type they can hold. They can hold any type that you want. They can hold floats, ints, strings, or any kind of custom data type that you make, right? So if I made a custom data type of people, I can make this be an array of 4 persons or people, right? Persons. So here we can see an example of a string array, right? So this is an array, again, size of 4, storing 4 things. Now, each item in an array, each element of an array is stored at a position known as an index, right? So when we want to access an element in a position, we provide the index of that element. It's like the address, right? It's like this is where it is. The index will count automatically starting at 0. So the first element will always be 0, second element will always be 1, so on and so forth. The last element will always be 1 less than the size of the collection, right? So if I reliably just want the last element, and I know the size of the collection, I can do size minus 1, and that should be the last element. So in this particular case, the array has 4 available positions. So I know that the index of the last available item is going to be in 3. If it was 5, it would be 4, so on and so forth. Any questions so far? All right. If I would like to receive an item at a position, right? If I would like to get, we're gonna use a lot of we're gonna say this a lot, but we're gonna say man, what? Oh, I know what the problem is. Hold on. I need to rearrange my monitors because this is still set up for my home setup. I I do lectures on Tuesdays and Thursdays as well from home. So, actually, no, this is correct. So we go here and then we go down. So I don't know why my pen's being weird. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Shit. I closed OBS. Sorry. And, like, my tablet, I mean, it's working. It's just like it's got the wrong resolution, so it's not it's not drawing where I'm writing. It's fine. I can work that. Okay, I'll do this. Put this over here. All right. We're going to use some verbiage that's going to be repeated, and this verbiage is going to be get and set. Right? You're going to hear this a lot. So get is retrieving a value from something. Set is writing a value to something, right? It's a very common pattern in computer science. We're going to be saying it a lot today. So if I would like to get a value from a collection, that is receive access an item, the value of an element at an index, I need to call the identifier. And then in square brackets after the identifier, this is after the collection has already been defined, right? So data already exists. I'm going to say names and pass the index of the element that I want. So again, the first index will always be 0. The last index will always be 1 less than the size. So if I do names 0 right now, this will output Doug, which is the element stored in the first index. Any questions? Cool. Next up. Oh, yeah, question.
This is very off topic, but my computer, I can't figure it out, but do you know the button they go where it replaces?
Insert. It's going to be above your backspace key.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
So annoying.
Yeah, gets me every time too. My insert key is next to my arrow key, so it happens way too often for me. All right. Next slide. So if I do 1, it's going to get the second position. If I do 2, it'll get the third position. Now, if I would like to set a value, this is override the value of an existing item or element in a position. All I need to do is the same thing. So I need to do the identifier plus the square brackets, right? And on the right side of the identifier, place the value, right? Hold on a second. Okay. One minute. Okay, so right now, whatever's in the third position, that is names 2, the value of Maria, which is currently being stored there, we override with the value of Jessica, right? So it's pretty much the same thing as what we normally encounter, right? Whereas instead of just doing a variable name by itself, we have the variable name plus the index, right? If it's on the right side of the equality operator or the assignment operator, it's doing a get. If it's on the left side, it's setting to that. Any questions about that? Yes. No, because the array exists already and the data type's already in there. It will never accept anything other than what it was defined as.
Get Jessica, set Jessica for this name too. So the equal sign does too. That makes a lot of sense.
So I can create an array and assign all the values by default. So the array doesn't have any values. The array has values right now, but they're empty strings essentially. But I can go in after the fact and I can assign all the values to it. Now, this comes with a big fat asterisk, right? operator or the assignment operator, it's doing a get. If it's on the left side, it's setting to that. Any questions about that? Or accept anything other than what it was defined? Plus the index, right? If it's on the right,
It evaluates the right hand side to evaluate and stores the value to the left hand side of the left hand, the right hand, RHS, LHS. Right hand assignment, left hand assignment. Left hand side, right hand side. Left hand side. The object that will be written to must be modified value. Right hand side, an expression that is evaluated to a value which is then stored into the left hand side. When comparisons equal, exclamation point equal, greater than, plus, etc. The left hand side and right hand side just means the left and right operands. Left hand side and right hand side plus 5 calories with sanity. Left hand side of equal must be modified value, not constant, not atemporary.
locator value, an expression that refers to a specific object. It can locate in memory. It has identity. You can usually take its address, and it can appear on the left of if it's not constant. R value, read value, an expression that is just a value, usually temporary, without a stable identity. You can't assign to it, but you can use it to initialize or move from. Modern C++ refines its G value, generalized value, it has identity. Water so it don't boil. This one I don't boil to drip, but change my method for cooking bacon because I'm always smoking out my apartment.
Inside of the equality operator or the assignment operator, it's doing a get. If it's on the left side, it's setting to that. Any questions about that? Yes? No, because the array exists already and the data type's already in there. It will never accept anything other than what it was defined as. Yeah. Alright. So I can create an array and assign all the values by default. So so the array doesn't have any value. The array has values right now, but they're empty strings essentially. But I can go in after the fact and I can assign all the values to it. Now, this comes with a big fat asterisk, right? This version of C++, so C++, I think 17 is the one we're currently using, with the compiler that comes with Microsoft Visual Studio Community, will automatically initialize this array with data, right? The data that it initializes with will generally be the default value of the type. So in this case, for a string, it's going to initialize all these positions with empty strings, right? That is not always true. That will differ from language to language and versions of C++ and compilers. But for what we are using today, in this class, if I were to do this, it would initialize these with a bunch of empty strings by default. Now, both the size and the position are integers. So they are not like special kind of types. If I wanted to access them, I can use an integer type variable as well. So here instead of putting a literal 3 in here, we are storing 3 into an integer typed variable, and then we are using the value of that variable to grab that person at that position. So we can also do stuff like this, and we will do stuff like this, similar to this anyway, for stuff like getting things like identifying a particular menu item, stuff like that, right? So we can say, okay, the user grabs a thing at a menu, at a position, have them type in the position that they're trying to get, and then pull that position from the collection. So right now, my voice isn't getting any better, and it's 3:55. I think it would be prudent if I gave my voice a rest. So we are gonna take our first break. So we're gonna come back here at 2:10, and then we'll continue talking about this, and then we'll start talking about vectors. So I will see you guys all back here in a little bit. All right, so, let me transition back over. Here we go. Again, I apologize for you guys online. This is about my full volume, so hopefully you guys can all mostly hear me, and yeah. All right, so again, we could use an integer value to, you know, I'm doing my best. Come to lower. So, Chris, for the to lower method, all you need to do is pass it a char, right? So if you pass it an uppercase char, it'll convert it to lowercase. That's it. Literal value variable, that's all. It's very straightforward. All right, so let's run through some stuff. In some languages, that is every language other than C++, you can define an array and assign it, you can make an array variable and assign it a size later. So something like this, where we prompt the user for a size, and then we prompt the user for a size, and then we assign it to a previously created collection. We cannot do this in C++. So this will not work. So what we need to do is we need to either one of two things. We need to create a collection at the time of a size, right? So like once we have the size, that's when we create the collection. Or we need to override the existing collection with a size, which is what you guys are going to need to do. And I'll show you an example of that. When we get to that part, but just a point because it was a bit of a problem before. Hold on, I'm gonna take a picture of this structure.
Honestly, we have to take this, we use the rest of the class. I'm just gonna swap off to him anyways.
But they gotta, I'm gonna make them work for it. Come on, phone. So, as I mentioned on Wednesday, since arrays themselves are fairly limited, generally speaking, if we are going to use a collection in our application, we do not use an array. Every language has an array alternative that they use, with the exception of JavaScript. But JavaScript is weird because JavaScript's arrays actually have all the functionality that you would expect, but every other language doesn't. So like C#, Java, all those guys, the arrays are the primitive type, and then we have a fancier one. So in C# you have lists, in Java you have array lists, and in C++ we have vectors. So vectors are an array-like collection, and since they are modern and new and cool, they are part of the standard template library. Anytime we call a vector, you must call the vector type from the standard template library. So Carl is gonna relieve me, so that's gonna be good, but until Carl gets here, doing this. All right. Carl he's my neighbor, he lives across the street, so it's really good. So probably the programming demonstration will be Carl. All right. So this is what a vector looks like. It's big and ugly. It's got a lot of letters. So let's take a look at this real quick. First of all, standard template library, right? So anytime we want to call a vector, we have to call it from the standard template library. Inside, these are what we call angled brackets, right? So inside of angled brackets, this is where we put the type of data that we want to store inside of our vector. So this is the exact same thing as the array we saw before, except instead of being an array, it is a vector. You will find that since vectors are array-like, there are going to be a lot of similarities. So for now, I'm just going to put my, this is an example of our vector of numbers without the std in front. But that does mean if we want to store a vector of strings, it looks extremely ugly. It's std vector of std strings. Again, just like the array, we can store any type we want here. It could be int, it could be a string, it could be a custom type. No matter what, it would look like this. For many of these slides, I'm just going to shorten it like this, just to make it easier to read. But you guys just know that these would still need to be prefixed with std. Now, all the items in the vector are stored at indexes, so they look like this, same as an array, right? So it's going to be the same exact thing. We're going to start at 0. The last item in the collection, the last element in the vector is always going to be stored at an index that is 1 less than the size. Good. If we would like to access an item in a position, so if we want to get the value out of a particular index of a vector, it's exactly the same. It looks like this, right? So the same way that we access stuff in a position in an array, we can use that to get the value out of a vector. No difference. There are other ways to do it. This is the way you guys need to worry about. If we need to override an existing element in a vector, same thing, right? Index, identifier index on the left side of the assignment operator, value on the right. So no difference. If I want to initialize a vector with a size, this is what that looks like. So here we have a vector of strings called name, and then we are going to set it equal to a vector of strings with a size of 4. There are other ways to do this. This is what we would call the longhand. There is also an available shorthand, which I'll show you guys as well. But this will give you a vector of four things. What we saw previously on the other slides, that was also creating a vector of a size of 4, but it was initializing that with data, right? So that was just taking those values, setting them into the vector. This is actually taking a vector and storing and having no values in it. Again, this will be a default initialization of the value, right? So for strings, this is going to be all empty strings. The difference here is because this is a new and modern thing, and part of the standard template library, if I were to make a vector with a size of integers, instead of being that weird like -8 million number, it actually just zeroes them all out. So they're all 0. So this is the shorthand. So I can call it right on the identifier. So the constructor syntax. This is similar to what we looked at the beginning of the class when we talked about the constructor syntax of an integer. This is doing the same thing. Doesn't matter how you create them, right? It'll do the same thing. So again, this is the size. Now, since vectors are cool, they can change their size. Arrays couldn't change their size; they were immutable. Vectors are mutable, which means they can scale up and down. We won't talk about removing items from a vector because that's kind of more complicated, but we can add items to an existing vector that doesn't have a size. So we can create a vector, no size, right? There's nothing stored in it. And then if we call the pushback method on the variable, so identifiers, names, we do names dot pushback, we can pass that method a value that will be pushed to the end of the vector. So here, when there's no data in it at all yet, right? We're right here, there's no data at all. This goes to the first index. And then when there's one thing in it, this goes to the next index, then this goes to the next one. So this means you're gonna add it in order. So it adds it to the back of the vector. And by the end of all these lines, this vector will have grown from a size of 0 to a size of 4. As such, the vector size can change. And that means we have a special way to dynamically get the size of the vector, but we'll look at that in a minute. All right, so since it's common to iterate through collections of vectors, through collections, we have a special loop for this, which is a for range or a for each loop. It basically looks like this. This is an individual item in the collection. So for each individual string. So I just define this as a variable that I can access inside of the body. So for each name stored in names, this is my collection I want to iterate through. This is how I'm going to access the data in each position. And I can see out each name. Generally speaking, again, remember I said when you need to iterate through a collection, but position isn't important. We just need to hurry up.
I need to watch it, but I also need to eat. Let's cook food. Wash this because it's extra dirty. disadvantage to doing it this way is now I have water with oil in it. And it's gonna go in the drain. Will it actually fall? Let's see. Maybe not. Maybe it's also reduce the amount of oil that I keep on my stove. I don't know. See what happens. Maybe it'll fall through. It'll probably will. It'll probably be fine. Don't have butter. It's unfortunate that I don't have butter, but there's no, oh man, I didn't get the fancy ones with all of the bell peppers and stuff. And I bought the ones that were cheaper. It's okay though. Those are potatoes. Trash. going with. Peanut butter vest. The egg is done. The egg is burning. Extra care. My egg is overcooked. It's browner than I would like it to be, as you can see. If you can't pick up your skillets when you're cooking, this is the same skillet I was just cooking in. You can't lift it with your bare hands when you're cooking. Your stove is too high. This one is boiling water, so I definitely cannot pick this one up. Boiling water. The potatoes were frozen, so I needed to boil away all the water. Part of the cooking process. So one of the things that we don't think about is the money it costs me to make this food. I mean, the money it costs me to buy this food, plus the time I spend cooking it, technically makes this process more expensive than getting fast food, right? Because I could spend, let's say I spent $20. Let's just keep the number simple. I spent $20 on this meal. And let's say the same meal would cost me $20 at a fast food restaurant to buy. And I spend 10 minutes sitting at the fast food restaurant, and which is a long time, right? Let's say I spend 10 minutes sitting there for the food to get cooked. If I spend 10 minutes sitting in line and I spend $20 on food, then I spent $20 in 10 minutes for the food, right? But it took an hour's worth of work for me to be able to afford the food, plus the time it would take me to go to the grocery store, and time it takes me to come home with the food, and time it takes me to cook the food. So it's about 3 hours worth of work that goes into this food in total, right? So for every hour, if I make $20 an hour, this meal costs me, because I don't get paid to make my own food, $60 worth of time. So the $6 worth of time that I spend making this is the money I get back by sitting in the drive-thru at McDonald's for 10 minutes. That's the reason why the value of eating out seems higher than cooking food. But in reality, when you understand that saving money is its own financial gain, then you understand that it may feel like it takes 3 hours to make this food, but the time I spend cooking is my own free time. Whereas I have to make up the 10 minutes that I spend in a drive-thru at McDonald's has to be made up with an hour worth of time spent working. So they balance each other out. This is the way that we function on adult. This is what adulting looks like. That's it, except these aren't expired. I've been wanting to avocado. I don't know if these avocados are still good. It looks like it's already starting to get fungus and grow old. So it might be that had them for a little while. Twist it, pop it as edible. And we're just going to, when I first started eating avocados, I would pull the skin off. My father got mad at me. He was like, "You're doing it wrong. You should do it like this." And I was looking at him like, "Why can't I just do it the way I want to do it? Why does it have to be wrong? Why does everything have to be wrong? Not preferable, not standard, but does it have to be wrong? If I didn't have a knife to slice through it to cut it open, would I not be allowed to eat the avocado? Like if I was hungry and I didn't have a knife to slice it open, would I be like, oh well, I can't open it with a knife, so I can't eat it now because if I try to tear into it with my fingers, I will be doing it wrong? No, I would just be hungry, and I would definitely tear into it with my fingers, and I would definitely eat the avocado, and I won't think anything else of it. And then he was like, "You can take your fork." I don't know how he did it. He pulled it out with his fork, so he didn't have to get avocado all over his fingers. But if the goal is just to eat food, what is the point of the extra? Why are we doing all the extra stuff? I might grow an avocado one day, just to see if I can. This will go in the refrigerator, see if it'll still be edible tomorrow. Or I can actually probably put that in my, whenever I make my shakes, I can probably just put it into my shake. Well, into my smoothies. I guess they're not technically shakes, they're smoothies. So whenever I make my smoothies, I can put it into my smoothies. Go in there like this, like that. And last but not least, I don't really feel like making a smoothie at the moment. So just gonna drink milk. And probably, well, it's kind of lid. If you've been watching the streams, which no one is, you would notice that I always put my liquids on the floor because I don't want to destroy my $2,000 laptop accidentally spilled on the table, and the fans are underneath the laptop, so as soon as the fans come on, it'll pull the liquid directly into the machine, and then the laptop will be dead. So to avoid all of that, go. This is what adulting looks like.
Item in a collection, for each loop is just fine. Every language has their variant of the for each loop. Just remember, if you're doing the position, then that's not gonna be hard. Actually, I'm gonna skip this whole part because we don't do this anymore. So we're not gonna talk about nested loops because you guys don't need to worry about it. And we're not gonna talk about two-dimensional vectors because you guys don't need to talk about it. And that's like all my last few slides. So that's good. All right, so let me go over here real quick and I'm gonna show you guys some demo stuff. I'm gonna leave most of this up to Carl, but I'm gonna show you guys some very quick and dirty cheat sheets. Chris, I'm not bad, right? I don't feel bad. Like I'm not dying, but my voice is just not hanging in there. Like 2 weeks ago, I was actually sick, couldn't get out of bed, couldn't sleep. It was terrible. Now, I might be a little winded, I don't know, but clearly my windpipes are just not there. So, alright, so we'll do an array first. Int array of numbers, size of 5, right? We can leave it like that, right? Or we can initialize it with data. So we could say numbers, size of 5. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So this is initialize, and this is initialize with data, right? Those are pretty much the two ways to make a vector, or to make an array. Then we have the vector. So we have std vector of define this outside, and then we are going to remove the data type here. Initialization. Then we have shorthand initialization. So another way to do this is std vector of int numbers, which is equal to a size of 5, right? So either one of those is fine. Then we can initialize it with data. So that's going to look like std vector of its numbers equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So those are your ways to create collections, right? Now, one of the things you will have to do for your practical is you will be asked to create a vector variable and then overlay. You have to do it for both your practicals and you need to do it for your lab 8, I think. So you need to create a vector variable.
Kick my milk. Better I spill it on the floor. Spill it on the table.
And then assign it with a size later on. So what does that look like? So that's the late assignment of a vector. So I'll do std int numbers, right? And then later on, I want to come back and I want to say, I would like to predetermine the size of this vector for the existing variable. So that's going to look like numbers, right? And then std vector. Of ints with a size of 5, right? So this is like late size definition of a vector. You will need to do this multiple times, right? Like, you may read those instructions and you may see online the idea that you are resizing this vector. We are not doing that. We are not using the resize method. Now, I got
Should we to yes. See what it says. I just gave it the information that the instructor gave me, and I'm just watching it think. Even ChatGPT is like, okay, let me think about this. The user asks how to set the size of an existing vector in C++ without using resize. Considering vectors, I thought for 17 seconds. Still thinking. Great question. You're talking about a late size for the SD vector. Declare it now. Get it a size later without using resize to two clean policy safe ways. Assign from a. You know what? Why am I reading it?
Great question. You're talking about a late size listed vector. Declare it now, give it a size later without using resize. Two clean policy safe ways. One, assign from a temporary vector, constructor form. This sets the size by assigning a brand new vector into the existing variable, no resize involved. You can see the code in our conversation history. Two, assign with a brace initializer, explicit elements. This both sets the size and the values in one shot. Still no resize. You can see the code in our conversation history. Why these fit your rules?
That's what he did.
You declare the vector first and later give it a size by assignment, not by resize. They stick to the week 2 toolkit. Constructors, assignment, bracing it, no out of scope features. After either approach, you can use index assignment because the size is now set. You can see the code in our conversation history.
That's exactly what the instructor
What
did.
not to do for your note. Don't call numbers without resize 5. If your section forbids resize, don't write numbers B4 equal before you've given it size. That's out of bounds. If you show me the exact test you're wiring, e.g. test 5's required final order of strings, I'll suggest which of the 2 patterns above maps clean to it. Usually the bracing it is the simplest.
Since vectors can dynamically change their size, right? Since their size can change,
We gotta go.
we need a way to dynamically get
take
their
care
size.
of language.
So I would like to get the size of a vector, right? The way we're gonna do that is I call the identifier,
Something
and then
that I
on the
need to do.
identifier, I'm gonna call the size method. This will give me the size of a vector. Right? So get the size of a vector. We cannot dynamically get the size of an array in C++. There are some hacky ways to do it, but generally speaking, you have to know the size of the array for your assignments, for your labs. The array size will always be 5.
Let's go. Excuse me. I need you to move out of my way. I'm the human and I need to go down the stairs. Go, go, go. Move. No, move. Let's listen to the Podacity.
One-a-day women's multivitamins are formulated to support women's overall health. So you never
Ain't nothing but to do it, but to what? Get through it. And that's what we're trying to do. Get through this administration. You ever just been so tired? You ever just woke up tired, went to bed tired, midday just exhausted with existence? Existing happens to be exhausting nowadays. Hello, and thank you for watching and listening to another episode of Audacity with Keita Rose. Here we dare to use our voices, have the audacity to own who we are, and vow, raise up your roses, we vow to never stop, never shrink, and most importantly, never!
Shut up, it's just not gonna happen, they're gonna have to take me out!
Like, share, subscribe, talk my comments, hit that bell notification so I can pop up on your timeline and tell me how you really feel. And I'm gonna tell you guys how I really feel about first and foremost, I never thought I would see a day that Nicki Minaj goes, yes, everybody says that she's already hit the deep end. She's already hit rock bottom, right? There's no saving her. She's too far gone. But I had hope for Nicki, right? I thought she was just going through a little something like we all do. You know, maybe she was a little bit manic and she needed help getting out from under. But that's just not what's going on. People said, let the idea of Nicki Minaj ever being normal again go. It's over. She's sexy dancing in a house like Britney Spears now. Let her go. Let her go. It seems like Nicki Minaj is letting all of her fans know that she is a huge MAGA supporter. She was elated at the fact that the White House official TikTok had used her music. I guess she said,
I'm just happy somebody's listening to it, and somebody needs to listen to me, because we found out that Cardi B actually was the drama.
President Trump tweeted November 1st, Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. Thousands of Christians are being killed. Radical Islamists are responsible for this mass slaughter. I am hereby making Nigeria a country of particular concern, in all caps. A country of particular concern. I have a particular concern for this country, okay? But that is the least of it. When Christians or any such group is slaughtered like is happening in Nigeria, 31 versus 4,476 worldwide, something must be done. I am asking Congressman Riley Moore, together with Chairman Tom Cole and the House of Appropriations Committee, to immediately look into this matter and report back to me. Look into the matter of this country being of particular concern and then get back to me ASAP. If I'm not asleep or doodling in my diaper through my suit, I'll handle some business. I don't know if they reported, did Trump pass the dementia test that he thought was an IQ test? Did he ever pass that? Let me know in the comments below if you know if he passed that. The United States cannot stand by while such atrocities are happening in Nigeria and numerous other countries.
While they're still happening here.
We stand ready and willing and able to serve our great Christian population around the world. Donald J. Trump. Okay, so yes, Nigeria is facing a crisis. Gaza has been facing a crisis. Sudan and Congo have been facing crises. So it just makes me it just makes me a little concerned, right? I'm putting my particular concern on Donald Trump and why he is so invested in what's going on in Nigeria as of right now. What is this distracting us from? That's what I want to know. So speaking of distraction, Nicki Minaj comes in, she goes ahead, she retweets that, right? And she says, reading this made me feel a deep sense of gratitude. We live in a country where we can freely worship God. Do I want to stop this or finish this? I'm going to cut it there.
Full stop.
Sometimes you got to ask people what God they worship, right? Because a lot of the times when you hear somebody say they worship God, you believe that they worship the same gods you do, and I'm telling you right now, that's absolutely not true, which is why I don't accept everybody praying for me. When people say, I'll lay hands on you, I'll pray for you. Hold up now, let me make sure. Who are you praying to? And let's run down who that person is and what they believe in and what we are actually worshiping. A lot of these MAGA Christians, right, or these Christian white nationalists are coming out to be absolutely racist, which is what Jesus spoke against. I think it's so interesting that Donald Trump has a particular interest, right, particular concern in Nigeria when Gazans are still going through one of the biggest atrocities that the world has seen. You can't say much on YouTube, but they're starving children. The United States have been begging for the country to do something, right? Instead of giving other countries billions of dollars and aiding other countries with weapons, we were asking for innocent lives of children, women, and men to stop being slaughtered and taken, right? And that was completely and totally ignored. We want to talk about victims. Let's talk about the victims of Epstein's list and how right now, currently, Prince Andrew is being stripped from his title and his ex-wife is being fired from major publications, right, where she used to work, and nothing has happened to Donald Trump. Donald Trump has more pictures with Epstein than Epstein's mama, and nothing is happening to Donald Trump. But now we need to be focused on Nigeria. So Nicki Minaj says that made her feel such a deep sense of gratitude. I guess everything else Trump has done is getting swept under the rug, or maybe she feels a great sense of gratitude for all of what I've just named. We live in a country where we can freely worship God. No group should ever be persecuted for practicing their religion. Right? Can you tell Donald Trump that? And all of his allies? We don't have to share the same beliefs in order for us to respect each other. Does she know who she's endorsing right now? Numerous countries all around the world are being affected by this horror, and it's dangerous to pretend we don't notice.
None of us have pretended we didn't notice. We've been screaming at the top of our...
Thank you to the president and his team for taking this seriously. Oh, excuse me, Lord. God bless every persecuted Christian. Let's remember to lift them up in prayer. Okay, absolutely. God bless everyone that was persecuted. No matter what you believe, which is just two sentences up. No group, Christian or non-Christian, should ever be persecuted for practicing their religion and, just, existing. What is actually going on? She then retweets Elon Musk, right? And I guess he's on some panel. She's quoting what Elon Musk is saying. She says, life cannot just be about solving one miserable problem after another. Speak, Elon. We're listening. I don't know. In the beginning.
So this is my random tangent on this whole dynamic, cutting her off and changing the subject in the context of what I feel like she should be communicating, opposed to what she's communicating because of the limitations of social media. We all exist on this planet together, and there are different levels of status, right? Racism is a form of classism. And at the very bottom of everything that's going on, the standard understanding of all of the BS that we're dealing with it literally is just bullying, right? Bullying by its nature, regardless of what you think it is or how you define it, bullying by its nature is wrong. And the capacity for someone to bully someone else, or the capacity for someone to be bullied and not get anyone else to assist or help them while they are being bullied by someone else, is the core fundamental problem at the forefront of everything going on in the world, right? The main reason why we see refugees is because of the destabilization of trying to govern. There is no right in existence for any one person to govern another person, right? I have absolutely no right to tell you how you should live your life. Zero. There is no way that I can justifiably come to your house and tell you how to live your life and what you should be doing and not doing, right? That infringes on the understanding that it is not immoral. It's unethical, but it is not immoral for people to do wrong to each other based on the natural order of the way this universe operates. We have created the idea of a God, and we have created the idea of a divine being that tells us how we should operate and function, because we have feelings and emotions and we see ourselves as above animals. But you can see animals cower in fear. You can see animals happy. You can see animals smiling. You can see animals in pain. You can see animals experiencing the entire spectrum of human condition that we experience without the capacity that we have to communicate to us. That doesn't make them inferior. It just means that they can't communicate in a concise way for us to understand them, while we have the capacity to understand them. That's not a limitation on them. That is a limitation of us and our inability to empathize, right? So you don't have any right to tell someone else what they should and shouldn't do, and another person doesn't have the right to tell someone what they should and shouldn't do. So the balance in the universe is whoever is literally stronger is the one that tells the weaker person what they can and can't do, until the person that is strong becomes the weak person and is replaced by another strong person. In that dynamic, we have created governance. That's the foundation of everything that's happening. In that dynamic, we've created governance. And we've justified that governance with the idea of God. There is no Jesus, there is no Allah, there is no Yahweh, there is no Amen. Those are all constructs to justify the understanding that we have to give rise to what we define as a core foundation of ethics. Ethics is not something that is natural to the universe. That is something that humans created so that we can govern ourselves in spite of morality, which is a natural state of order in this universe. Morality is the capacity for the human mind to perceive the world that we live in and generate values that help us understand it better. Nobody thinks that it's okay to rape a woman, but we all think that it's okay to have consensual sex. That falls under morality. Ethics says don't have sex with a girl that is under the age of a certain age in your community and in your society. The ethics govern that. And then the legal law says a person of this age is legally acceptable to consent, right? So this is how life actually works. This is how these things actually function. The conflict is that all of those layers that I just described give rise to classism. Cardi B is of a certain class. Cardi B started off like me at my level, maybe even worse off than I was when I was younger. and she lived a certain life, and she became a rapper, and then she started elevating from who she was to who she is now. And what happens in society is that the people that have money demand that you have a certain ethics, right? You have to have a certain ethics to have a certain amount of money. Everybody that uses a European dollar in this world has to be aligned with the ethics of Western philosophy. And the ethics of Western philosophy is built on a foundation that some people will have and some people will not have. And in that space is the dynamic of everything that we see going on. Nessa's calling me out. I don't know if I have to end the stream just in case the microphone went out.